Good morning, councillors, staff, members of the public and all those listening at home. Welcome to our fourth day of hearings. It's another busy day scheduled, and I'd like to welcome our first speaker this morning, Craig. Just to let you know, you have approximately 5 minutes to speak, and then there'll be roughly 5 minutes of question time answered or available. So I'll hand the floor over to you and welcome.
Yeah, thanks very much for letting me speak today. Basically, I want to just say that I want to speak on behalf of probably most of the younger members of the community here. I feel that over the past 14 years that I've been living in Ashburton, I've not really sort of seen those younger people voicing their opinions, and they tend to do a lot of talking in the background but don't actually come forward and talk. So I want to just have that opportunity really. So basically on my submission I was talking about green waste, and basically I feel that it's a good idea that you guys are going to go to the green waste bins. Like I've originated from the UK, and that's been happening there for the last over 20 years. So you know, it is good for people to start, like a lot of people use their grass cuttings and stuff like that, and they tend to like just put them, you know, on the side of the road or dump them somewhere because they don't want to pay for it. So having that option is definitely a goer, and it'll, you know, will help. But I feel that also as well, like I don't feel that people should be penalised if they want to have a second green waste bin. If it gives more encouragement basically to put that green waste and send it away, instead of like, oh, if it's too full or whatever, they're going to end up dumping it somewhere else, because come the summer months, as we all know, that basically everything grows rapidly, and so those bins will become very full very, very rapidly, especially with some people with their bigger gardens, but some people don't have those bigger gardens. So that was obviously one thing I wanted to sort of bring forward to you. Obviously a good idea I feel I'm strongly with you with selling the Balmoral and the Polytech grounds. My 14 years of living in Ashburton, I've not actually seen anything come of that place really. It's going to be beneficial if we sell it and use that money and put it into the community, to other expenditures really, to be fair, and help also develop that area that's obviously going to see some development at the moment. We obviously can see that the triangle is, you know, picking up, and the development there is all kicking off. So that's going to, hopefully in the next probably 10, 20 years, probably 30 years, that area is going to be quite, I feel, could be quite a busy, good area really. I'll have a quick mention about the outdoor pool of the EA Network Centre. That's just going to bring the resources probably, instead of having, I know that we're very short on lifeguards here, but having them all in one place is very good ideas, because then they could just, you know, we haven't got people, you know, moving from Tynwald and stuff like that. So that's definitely a good idea, really. And also, you know, there are a lot of people that like to use the outdoor sort of pool in the summer months. So especially I've got young kids, so you know, it'll be a good thing to bring up my kids for that really. Sure, I think what else I can. I'm all right. I'm happy to take the questions really.
No, thank you for that, Craig. And first question is from Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Hi, Craig.
Hi.
Thanks for your submission, and for coming in. You said you're talking sort of on behalf of the young people. Have you done a bit of a survey, or?
No, I think it's more possibly, you know, like obviously with my generation, I've lived with social media most of my life, and it's the sort of stuff that you see a lot of people comment a lot of things on the internet. Yeah. You know, everybody knows it, and this is a society that we're going into now. Yeah. You know, so it's just picking up on those moaning, everybody moaning, but it's like I feel like I can hear the moaning, but I'd rather speak out and just say, you know, what about this? Because I'm not afraid really to sort of do that.
More should follow your lead. Just a quick follow up. The outdoor pool, which you favour, what are your thoughts on? It's a lot of money for 3 or 4 months of the year. compared to, say, a hydroslide, which is all year round, or not doing anything at all and putting your money into
I
something
agree
else.
with you there. Definitely, you know, it's a lot of money for 3 months a year. But whether we go for a smaller version, just like either, I know that some pools that I've been to over the years, I've got like an extension outside, so it's sort of like just goes out. It's just a small extension of a normal pool, especially for like younger kids and stuff like that. So if it's that point of you just extend like the part of the pool just to go outside, it gives that opportunity for people, if they do want to go outside, they can do, you know.
Yeah.
And then that sort of saves that big massive cost of that.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Morning, Craig. Just regarding the Balmoral Hall, do you think it's council's responsibility, like we have suggested that we build a dance studio down at EA Network Centre? Do you think that it's our responsibility to do that if we end up selling Balmoral Hall?
I'd agree yes and no there, really. I don't feel like it is your responsibility, but I know that a lot of people here like get involved in community groups and they don't have enough funding. But like from your side, you guys have got the funding to help that as well. Moving it to the Network Centre, that would be a good option, but I wouldn't feel it's up to the council to do that, you know.
Mayor Brown.
I think we do have young submitters come in. We had one who was 0.4 years old yesterday who came in. Didn't say a lot, but was present. Just on sports events, when they're on in town and what that effect has for your motels, would you benefit greatly from those events when they come to town?
Would I benefit personally?
Yeah, as a motel owner.
I'm not a motel owner.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Did I not see Taylor's Motel there?
No.
Ah, right. Sorry. No, don't worry. Yep. It's okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you, Craig. Our deliberations are next week, so we'll be going through all these submissions then, so thank you. Michael, can you hear us? Oh,
Yes, I
no,
can.
sorry.
Long night.
No, wrong one. The one. Michael Oakley, you can hear us there?
I can.
Yeah, it's Russell Ellis speaking. I'm chairing today, so welcome. You have sort of 5 minutes to go through what you'd like to present, and then there'll be 5 minutes of question time from councillors. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Russell. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. My name is Michael Oakley, and I'm a fifth generation farmer from Canterbury. I've been involved with aviation now for over 40 years, with over 10,000 hours flying across 3 disciplines, and I'm a commercial pilot with a Part 115 certificate and adventure aviation, flying hot air balloons in the Hororata region, balloon in Canterbury. I had several CAA senior persons roles. I've over the last 40 years been involved with the development of 2 airfields, both with large hangars and one with commercial activities and private cabins, so well versed with what goes on. I have in recent years become a power pilot after being introduced to power flying by members of IOPA members from the local area. I now have my own plane and love sharing share power flying with my fellow aviators. I have also run an aviation camp for Scouts for the last 19 years, and every year for the last 19 years and have introduced over 1,000 youth to aviation and flying, both in gliders, balloons and helicopters, and for returnees an introduction to fixed wing flying. This brings me to the Ashburton Airfield, the jewel in the crown as I see it in the Ashburton district. Well, that's what I see if you look at the big picture. A large open area with multi-manicured grass vectors away from the controlled airspace of Christchurch. A world-class museum, and trust me, I've visited a few around the world, and this one is right up there. All the above are maintained by volunteers, which is really a credit to the district and the community. With tourism visitor numbers rising for Mid-Canterbury, and last year I see it was up to $240 odd million, and 85% of that spend was from our domestic market. That's to March 23, so the opportunities are huge. It's an airfield that is well managed. The airfield is like a magnet, which helps attract people to the region, district and the town of Ashburton. I've heard some pretty bad management decisions coming from the council in the last 12 months around the airfield, and the proof is in the pudding when in the last 12 months we see 1,700 less movements on the airfield. And the talk of rentals going up 75%, which have been based on valuations from multi-million-dollar commercial operations happening on other airfields and operating ports. Really? Who gave the valuers that brief? Little or no communication with the users of the airfield, which has been very disappointing. The decisions that are being made by this council are being talked about all over New Zealand and is having a rippling effect across airfield users throughout New Zealand. I've sat back long enough and feel the need to speak up before we lose everything. And trust me, if we don't start to manage this dual property, it will soon be too late. If the people are made to feel welcome, landing fees are made relative, events and groups, which are a lot of them in New Zealand, will start to come back and support Ashburton. To use Ashburton, or come back and support Ashburton, which has a flow-on effect to the town and the Ashburton region. I only used the airfield myself last year on 3 occasions. Before that, it was up to 15 to 20 times a year by flying visitors in to see the museum, to get fuel and meet up with fellow aviation friends. My circuits and annual flights are now done from off-field private strips to avoid landing fees that Ashburton have been imposing. I see Ashburton, I see the management of an airfield a bit like flying an aircraft. It needs some knowledgeable and capable people up front. There's a lot of people down the back. Pilots inform regularly what is happening and what is to be expected. They are supported by lots of capable people around who help launch the plane with various skills who want to achieve the same outcome. There is a problem, there is consultation, and it is sorted. Takeoff is achieved with a clear objective, maybe a 5 or 10 year plan. Once the plane has reached cruising altitude, staff, hostesses, etc., help manage the flight and its progress, airfield users and visitors. Pilots talk to the pilots and controllers and help navigate them safely around the skies. If unexpected turbulence, like a pandemic or recession, etc., pilots inform passengers of a revised plan. If things get too rough, pilots will make a decision like reinforcing the constitution or a district plan. On a smooth flight, pilots need little control input and oversee flight operations. That's council. While in the background, the users and stakeholders support with development and utilisation. Then after a smooth approach and landing, everyone arrives at their goals. Now the aircraft is resourced, maintained for future generations.
Are we nearly there, or just time constraints, that's all?
Okay, so pretty much that's me wrapped up, and I just think that Ashburton has a jewel in the crown, and we need to make sure that we manage it for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. And Mayor Brown has a question.
Thanks, Michael, for your submission. And yeah, we want to get it right out there too. So we're working together here, hopefully. Just had one question. The 1,700 less movements in the last year comes up quite a bit. Where does that figure come from?
That's one that has been floating around by airport users. I don't exactly know where it came from. I believe it came out of the council.
We don't believe it's come from our side. So perhaps it might be a supplementary that it could be verified from your side.
Yep.
Can be great. Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors?
Quick one.
Yeah. Councillor Wilson?
There's been the $200 seasonal, you could say,
costs that, pilots could pay instead of a single every time you land sort of scenario. As a person who flies a lot and goes to different airports, would you end up paying a series of $200 fees around several airports? And is that acceptable to a lot of pilots? So it gives you the opportunity to land whenever you like at different airports?
I already pay that at another airfield, and I'd be quite happy to do something like that at Ashburton. And I know that I would use Ashburton a lot more if I did. I would go and get all my fuel from Ashburton if that was the case. And I heard there's been some talk of a fuel tax, and I think that's a really dumb idea as well.
Thank you. There's no further questions. So once again, next week we go into deliberations. Mayor Brown has another question.
Yeah, and I think I raised the fuel tax or surcharge, whatever. You think it's a dumb idea. Could you tell us why it's a dumb idea?
I think it penalises if you have an operator that goes in there quite a bit to get big volumes of fuel, and he's not actually landing there, they're taking away in drums or whatever, he's getting penalised for that as well. He's paying a tax that he shouldn't really need to pay.
Thank you for that. So yes, we'll be deliberating next week, so we'll be going through all those airport submissions together. Thank you.
We look forward to supporting you in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mike Thomas, this time. Page 384 in book 2.
Good morning.
Can you just push the right-hand button on your microphone?
Oh, yes.
Yep. Thank you. And you have approximately 5 minutes to
Thank
talk.
you, Mr. Chairman. It would be hard to compete with Mike Oakley, who I know personally has done a very, very good job for aviation, been involved in gliding as a vet. But as for me, I'm like Thomas, who you probably don't know, and I own a Cessna 185 and own a hangar in Ashburton. And I use this as my base for recreational flying. The Ashburton District Council are in the process of developing a long-term plan for an airfield out to 2050. Well, I'd like anyone to answer what we're going to be doing next year or the year after. How can you spend money on developing a plan for that length of time? It seems ludicrous to me. How much is this costing, and who in the end is paying for it? Obviously you're charging the owners and users for this. And also in that statement you sort of double dip with us because you pay a landing fee and rates and rent on the ground. What benefit, obviously you're charging the owners and users for this. What benefits the owners and users are going to get from this plan? In the meantime, you, the council, are planning to raise rates and landing fees by an exorbitant amount, and I don't have a figure, I'm sorry. This will immediately lead to a very uncertain future for the airfield. Already the airfield has lost 1,700 movements. I no doubt you'll ask me where I got that information from. Well, I'm running out of... Am I going for time? You've also just valued the airfield by Colliers, and who paid the bill, and what is the value of the airfield? Did they use like for likeness? Examples, 2 airfields I know and use regularly is Hamaka in Blenheim and Tyree in Dunedin, both run by Aeropods. Initially, the development of the field was done by, when the council took over, prior to that, the volunteers in Ashburton were doing it. Tidied up the airfield and got all the runways. It is actually, I fly around the world, well not around the world, but in a lot of places. This probably is one of the best training airfields in the country. You've got plenty of vectors. You can go out there and do tailwheel landings, tailwheel takeoffs, crosswinds, a whole lot in one session at Ashburton. Now, I don't know how you're going to rectify the fact that 1,700 people have left the field. And this airfield cannot be sold or developed. The Act of Parliament to sell it, and it can't be used for any other purpose. Logically, this means that the land has no value. Would the council consider a suggestion, this is mine, to hand back the running of the airfield at a cost which would be no cost to the ratepayers, and this will prevent a toxic condition evolving. And that, Your Worship and the Chair, is actually happening now. With landing fees, I pay bulk landing fee and people use my registration. It's not a good system, and I don't know how, I know how you collect it, and it's a very, very disappointing way of collecting landings. Using transponders, which people turn off, and using other people's radio calls, or their registration, sorry, and this is happening, and it's not very good. Now, I don't know whether you want to know a bit more about me. I'm 84 years old. I've done 6,000 hours flying here and in Australia, done 1,000 hours mustering cattle in Australia in light aeroplanes. I've ferried 9 airplanes across the Tasman on my own, and also I've bought and developed the Maumere airfield, which rejuvenated North Otago, getting those well-grown chimps there. And I think this could happen in Ashburton by encouraging more people to come. I've lived in Maumere all my life, 50 years of farming there. I've been on the Waitaki Catchment Board, Rabbit Board, Chairman of the Federated Farmers High Country, Rodeo Committee, West Coast Whitebait, set up a Maumere airfield with Waitaki Council, who were very, very helpful with their money, and we could not have done it without the Waitaki support. And I was chairman for 20 years there, and the operator. So I can't tell you much more about what I've done. I've been involved with bureaucrats quite seriously in Wellington with Doc, trying to set up a concession, the Recreational Backcountry Pilots Association. It took 5 years to do that with a massive bureaucracy that the Labor government had introduced. So I just feel at the end of it, I would like to see that airfield run by a committee, which I believe Mike Oakley, who is a friend of mine, it could be very feasible. And to save the toxic situation that is developing out there now, it needs to move quite fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that. I just have a quick first question for you. You said about handing the airfield back. So are you saying that the users would pay a lease to take over that airfield and then run it themselves?
Absolutely. You'll never lose the fact that you own it, yep. But you would have a management committee running it, and it would be a great saving for ratepayers, because there's a lot of money being spent there. And I just will say something that maybe is not all that good. A wee while ago, I texted your CEO, Hamish, and asked if he could get all the councillors out there to show me where you were spending the money and what the council actually owned out there with their infrastructure. Well, Hamish, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to read out the reply. You said all the councillors are too busy on other projects, and I've got that on my phone if you want to see that. Now, I've had a whisper, and I've met one councillor, I can't remember their names, who would be in favour of the council having a decent look out there and in favour of a committee running the airfield. Thank you.
Mayor Brown.
Thanks, thanks, Mike, for your submission. Just on your hangar rental, what do you pay in dollar terms?
I can't tell you that, sir, because I have only just bought the hangar and the last rental was paid by the previous owner. Haven't got any figures on that, but I no doubt can get them.
Okay. We would know that here anyway, so we'll find that out.
Yes.
Because we hear 75% increase, and 75% sounds a lot, but it depends on what it's on. 75 cents on $50 is not much, but 75% on $5,000 is a lot. So I'm just trying to put things in perspective here.
Your Worship, this is a recreational area. There are a lot of microlight people out there that do very little flying, and they're passionate about building their airplanes and flying them. And they're just, there's empty hangars in Ashburton right now because people are going.
Yeah.
And I'm one of them. If I get charged out of business, I have got some serious other options, which disappoints me because I like coming to Ashburton. You run a great town. I've still got free landings in Timaru because I did a lot of business there. And you should be encouraging people to come here to do their business, not turn them away.
Yeah, and that's not our incentive is to turn them away at all, so we're trying to work through that. and hence this process as well. So we're working towards it. So if the airport was run by a management committee, would you separate the hangars would be separate to the actual airfield, or would it all be one?
It'll all be one, I think,
All be
because in Amarama, I was the operator there for 20 years and the chairman of the Amarama Airport Company, and we were well supported by, you've got Rennie here, so she'll tell you all the stuff, well supported by the council, because it had actually improved the whole of North Otago, having world-class pilots operating there. Now, we had the Worlds and pre-Worlds. Now there's a lot of overseas pilots every spring in Amarama gliding. And I don't know what they've done with the landing fees. We used to have an honesty box there at the fuel pump, and people paid, and I and another girl had to sort out the cameras. Now, you could set up a camera system in Ashburton very, very simply and a very low cost, and you'd get everybody.
Thank you. That's great.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Good morning, Mike.
Your microphone's just gone off.
Oh, has it?
Oh, your volume's still there.
Is it? Okay. Is that still working?
Yep.
Just the light's gone. Sorry.
Okay.
Technical issues. I'm interested in about your idea of the airfield being run by the Aero Club, similar to, I think you said, Omaka and Tairi. Do you know, so we've got a lot of reserve boards in our district. So we have the Methven Reserve Board, we have the Hines, Tynwald, etc. And they are this council owned, but there's a committee that will oversee the running of them with a councillor appointee. So can you see something similar for the management board? Would you see councillors being involved in that management board?
Well, the councillors would always be involved because they'll always own the land. But a committee, that's what happened in Amarama. We had a Amarama Airport Company, and we totally ran it ourselves. Fortunately, we had a lot of money because we had a lot of gliders, but the council supported us because they were part owners. So it would be, I have talked to a few people about this. I myself think it would be very, very feasible to run that airfield at a lot lower cost than what we're paying now. And you would never lose the right to own it.
Yep, no, that's good. Thank you.
Oh, it went off, so. Rob, Councillor Mackle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for your submission.
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yes.
Your idea of the Aero Club taking it over, how much support have you got out there from the other members for your
Quite
idea?
a lot.
Percentage-wise, would you have a rough
I
idea?
have no idea on figures at all. It's just been bandied around since all this, things come up. So it's just a general discussion. Other people, Neville Beatty here behind me, he might be able to tidy that up, but there is a lot of support because the loss of income that you're getting from those 1,700 landings have gone.
Yes.
And a committee could organise their own rent and landing fees. Now, Blenheim, I'll use Marker as an example, the Aero Club own that, and they have reduced their training by a considerable amount and encouraging pilots to come there because they can do it, because there's no council input, there's no bureaucrats trying to run the place, it's done by aviators.
Thank you, Mike, and your submission, very interesting, thank you.
Thank you. Last question, Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, and I'm just going to follow. First of all, thank you, Mike. Your submission is very comprehensive and very, very good to
So
read.
I've used the AOPA one as a template.
Yeah.
So you probably got that.
Yeah, no, it's good. But my question relates to one the Mayor asked Michael earlier, with regards to the 1,700 fewer landings. Do you have support for that?
I have support from that. As that friend of mine, Mike Oakley,
Yes.
he supports that. And
Yeah, but do you have it from your that's your data, is it? Because our...
Oh, well, I don't. I'm a busy agricultural person. I don't sit around computers doing data and that.
I don't mean yours personally. I mean, it's the airport users' information.
Well, you'll have... I just quite don't understand your question. Come again?
You said there's 1,700
Yes,
fewer
that's
movements.
correct.
Where did that information come from?
Eh? It came from Neville Bailey,
Yeah.
who is a
Thank you.
AOPA man. So what's happened, all those touch and goes, because you increase, have gone out to Anima and other paddocks. Now, I'm a reasonably experienced pilot, And I do sometimes do touch and goes, but I won't do them at Ashburton. I'll go down to a mate's paddock somewhere, or up to Mike Oakley's. And that is happening. And that's very, very sad for the airport because, as mentioned before, it is just a unique place to train pilots and to operate from. And I will make a comment about Ashburton. I used to do all my business in Timaru. I do everything in Ashburton now.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's a pretty neat town.
Yeah.
it's not our wish to
Thank you.
reduce the use out there, so
Sorry?
thank you. It's our wish to encourage collaboration
Yeah,
and
thank you.
discussion.
Councillor Cameron, it's question time. Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission, and we'll be having our deliberations next week, as I said. So you can come along and listen in for those, or listen in online.
So this is the last opportunity to talk to you councillors, is it?
In this forum, it is, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just hope you make the right
Yeah.
decision because I don't want to be having a toxic situation out at the airfield, which is developing now with the way you're catching landing fees.
No, thank you
can
for
let-
that, and we are going to have to move on because our time
okay,
is done.
yep.
So thank you very, very
There's
much.
a lot of other questions I'd like to know about, but somehow I'll talk to my mate Hamish over there and
Yep.
he
Yeah.
and maybe Mayor Brown. I'd
Yeah.
like to ask what your recreation.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Kepo.
Neville, are you
Yeah.
like to come forward? So as you can appreciate, Neville, we are a bit time pressured to get through all these. We have all read your submission, so what I'd like you to do, because it's quite a lot, is highlight those points, obviously, that you would like to do so. So the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Neville Bailey, and thank you very much for having me along to speak today. I have an aircraft and a hangar based at Ashburton Airfield and a strong interest in aviation. I live in Christchurch, actually, and I travel to Ashburton to go flying, and I enjoy the community atmosphere at the airfield. Today, I'm here to speak in support of a submission made on behalf of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, AOPA, and the Ashburton Airfield users. AOPA have a membership base of approximately 1,200 members across New Zealand. I'm on the Executive Committee, the Advocacy Group and the Safety Committee. I'm also a member of the Mid-Canterbury Aero Club and the Ashburton Airfield Users Working Group. So firstly, why did we make this submission? Well, a recent survey of 41 provincial airfields across New Zealand shows an average landing fee of $10 for about $10 for those with tar-sealed runways and $7.74 for those with only grass runways like Ashburton. Until 2022, the Ashburton Airfield fees and charges were modest, if slightly above average. A landing fee for a typical Cessna aircraft was about $10, and this included multiple landings for training aircraft. A bulk annual landing fee of $130 per annum was available for local flyers. In mid-2023, however, the fees at Ashburton Airfield were raised significantly. The Council announced that the bulk annual landing fee, which is similar to an annual ski pass, was no longer being granted and a touch-and-go fee was introduced, setting Ashburton Airfield out on its own as one of the most expensive small provincial airfields to train and fly at in New Zealand. And this was followed by a decrease of around 1,700 landings year on year as that economic disincentive kicked in. And that number was provided to us by the Ashburton District Council and was verified independently. Data based on approximately 70 actual flights over a 4-month period at Ashburton shows that the average circuit training session lasts for about 51 minutes and 23% of those were 1 hour or more. So under the present system, 64% of circuit training flights would have paid $40 or more in landing fees per session. Removing the bulk annual landing fee has increased costs of a typical recreational flyer from $130 per annum to an estimated $600 per annum, and that's based on just one flight per week. The Council have now proposed yet another new system under which the average landing fee for those same training flights would be $30 per session, and the annual cost for a typical recreational flyer would remain at over $600. The landing fees are not being charged evenly to all user groups, with some being granted an exemption, some being given large discounts, and some being charged the full rate. A disproportionate amount of landing fees are currently being shouldered by a very small group of local recreational flyers, and we think this is unsustainable. A question is sometimes posed: how do we explain to the local ratepayers that a portion of their rates are going to an airport that they don't use? Well, if you ask that same question the day after a storm has knocked out a local bridge, the value of the Ashburton airfield to local ratepayers takes on a whole new level of significance. When an air ambulance, the military, civil defence or search and rescue are using the Ashburton airfield, its value to the local people takes on a whole new level of significance. Because the Ashburton airfield is a community asset, and it relies on ratepayer funding. It is not a large commercial airport, so the council also has to play its own part in keeping administration costs and council recoveries reasonable. Any question around appropriate levels of rates funding makes an assumption that the shortfall in funding can simply be derived from the airfield users. But that fails to address 2 points. Firstly, that similar to many parks and reserves, the airfield may not actually be capable of supporting a large revenue contribution from its mainly recreational user base. And secondly, if the airfield is overmanaged by the council, there may not be any level of revenue stream that would be able to offset those council recoveries. Our proposal is to firstly raise the previous bulk annual landing fee from $130 a year to $200 per year, paid in advance and available for any recreational aircraft in New Zealand. Those not on the bulk annual landing fee would pay $12 per landing to include all landings for up to 1 hour per person. Local aero clubs and training organisations would negotiate their own fees, but everyone would make a fair contribution. Organisations from outside the Ashburton district that currently receive large discounts would have those reassessed to make a fair contribution. So this landing fee proposal would incentivise safety by encouraging practice and removing economic disincentives. The price point would encourage uptake by those who live near the district and fly in for fuel, and who told us that they prefer to pay a one-off annual fee, a reasonable fee for the convenience, even if it costs a little bit more. The individual fee provides a 1 hour landing window that matches the typical 1 hour booking slots of most training aircraft. And overall it aims to reduce administration costs and council recoveries by getting as many users as possible to sign on to a bulk annual landing fee. In closing, the Ashburton airfield is a small provincial airfield with grass runways and minimal infrastructure investment. It's not a large commercial airport. And that's the attraction to many of us. It's the recreational nature, the people, the conversations and the community atmosphere that is the Ashburton airfield. Thank you.
And thank you, Neville. Question, Mayor Brown.
Yeah, thanks, Neville, for your submission. Very good and well explained to us. I've just got a couple of questions, and it's around the 1,700 movements.
Yes.
Have you got the data you could show us, not today, but show us how you've come to 1,700 less movements?
Yes, I do. Yeah. Right. So the data, just to clarify, I requested the data from the Ashburton Council, and I think you were actually present in the meeting when we asked Renee Julius if she could table it at the meeting, and she didn't want to for whatever reason. They did subsequently provide it to us, and we went through and derived that number of 70. So the number is it's just over 1,700 aircraft movements year on year. It may not be landings per se, but it's aircraft movements year on year. That was provided to us by you.
Okay, thanks. And the thought of airport users taking over and running the airport yourselves, what's your thoughts on that?
Look, I think the idea's got merit. I simply haven't put time into studying that myself.
Okay, that's great. I think we'll possibly explore it, yeah.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I'd like to just explore the $200 bit more. I'm a fan of simplicity. So if we were to change to a $200 fee, do you think more pilots around the country would say, well, that's just $200 I pay and I can use Ashburton as a destination whenever I like? Or would they sort of still remain on the, if I turn up, I'll pay the money? So
I'm not sure is the answer, but let's just clarify first. You wouldn't be changing to a bulk annual fee. you'd be reinstating the bulk annual fee that used to be there for $130. It was previously $120, I think. It was then revised to $130, and it was then removed. Myself and a couple of others have been grandfathered into it for about another 2 months, and then we pay $12 a landing and $3 for every touch and go that we do. So the idea of the bulk annual fee of $200 a year, there's a number of considerations. We tried to pitch it, and we talked to a lot of users, we tried to pitch it at a level where we thought people in the surrounding districts might actually take up the $200 offer because they fly in regularly to get fuel. And although, so that represents, if you're charging $12 for an itinerant landing, you have to do more than 16 landings to justify spending $200, right? So you've got farmers, for example, keep their aircraft on the farms and they might fly in once a month to fuel up. But we wanted to make it appealing to them to pay the extra money, even though economically they might not justify it. It's the convenience of doing it. And by making it available nationwide, you do actually, Ashburton does attract people from all over New Zealand. They'll either stay the night or they might fuel up, visit the museum and fly on south. But if they're coming here, say 5-10 times a year, they might actually consider paying the $200.
Everyone.
Just talking about the fuel, you talked about the farmer who might have their plane in the shed and then come in just to fuel up and then carry on again and they'd pay a wee fee. I raised it before with a previous submitter about a fuel surcharge. They said bad idea for the fact that people come in who don't fly and fill their drums up at the airport. Bad idea for that reason. What are your thoughts on a surcharge on fuel to bring some extra revenue in?
Yeah, Neil, look, really interesting point that you've raised there. I think the idea has a lot of merit, but we need to know how much the surcharge is going to be. It's a little bit, having any discussion without actually knowing the figures, it's like discussing how much rates contribution should go towards the airport. In 2022, I made a submission stating that I thought 10 to 20% was reasonable. Well, I've completely backtracked on that now that I know what the numbers are. So yeah, I think the idea of a fuel surcharge has got merit, but we'd need to look into it.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you.
Last question, Councillor Mahu.
Thank you, Neville. Is there any support from your members out there with what the council has proposed, from any member at all? And the other question is the time slot for the touch and goes, the pressure on a pilot within that time, trying to get in with the money that's involved. What pressures does that put on a pilot with health and safety?
Right, so the first question, was there any support from our membership? Firstly, the current system, no one was consulted before that was implemented, and I haven't spoken to anyone that supports the current system, and I certainly haven't come across anyone that supports the new proposed system. Both of them, when you actually do the numbers using real data, I mean, at face value, the proposed system currently looks like a $10 charge for a landing, for all landings up to 20 minutes. But when you actually have a look at how many landings you can fit into 20 minutes, it becomes very expensive. So the data we obtained is that using the Aeroclub's aircraft, their average training session in the circuit is about 51 minutes, and quite a few are longer than that. You can't fit that into a 20-minute slot or even a 40-minute slot. You need a 60-minute slot. Okay, so that's where it starts becoming very expensive. So no, there's no support for it that I've seen. What was your next question?
You pretty much
Okay.
Thank you very much, Neville. Yeah, a lot for us to ponder here, so thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, guys. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Councillors, on the topic of touch and go, it's grab a coffee and go. Our next speaker is scheduled for 10:40, so we do need to be back in here. So a really quick break. Bring your coffee back with you. Thank you. back, everyone. Welcome, Robert. Thank you for your submission. We are being live streamed, and the floor is yours for your 5 minutes, and then there'll be some questions afterwards.
Great. So good morning. My name's Robert Braham. I'm just putting in a submission concerning the water races. We're in favour of keeping the water races where we are, and we've put a submission in favour of that. I just want to give some background. The main reason I wanted to come this morning is that it's one thing just to put in submission. I just wanted to see my face and my family. We live on our block of land. We have 20 hectare block of land in Anima, near the foothills. We have 2 houses on that property, and there's a total of 7 people that live on that property in the 2 different houses. Our home is 110 years old, the other home is 35 years old. First thing, I just want to thank for the services that the water races are there, for the rangers that do support us, and when we do have problems from time to time, they're more than ready just to help. So my first thing is just to thank the water rangers in that. I understand that, and I think it's a good thing to be looking at the cost measures involved in shutting down the water races. But the thing for us where we are is that our opportunities to get water are very limited, even perhaps non-existent, if we did not have the water races. Where we are in Anima, other people in the area have gone down to 200 metres to find water. Neighbours have, direct neighbours of us have gone down and dug wells only to find a small amount of water just to feed the household. They just have enough to feed one household. So it is an issue. If that water race was to shut, our options are very limited. The zone, where we are is a red zone. So again, it's very limited. The water access is very limited where we are. As I say, the other thing is that with figures, I understand that you're looking at cost cutting. I understand that, but for us, water is vital for us. I mean, there are 7 members in our families that some go to school to support the schools. Others contribute towards social clubs, sports teams. If we did not have access to that water, we would perhaps we have to leave the district. That would be an option. We've been in the district now for 24 years. We have a construction business. We employ up to 7 persons at a time. We like living here. As I say, that water is vital to us. When we moved here, it was 23 years ago, the water races were the only option for us. That water is a pre-existing facility that we are grateful to receive. The question I have is what is the legal requirements for providing water when there is no other alternatives or very limited alternatives?
And unfortunately today, we're not allowed to answer that question, but we'll carry it through to our deliberations next week, and we will then go through that requirement then.
So basically, just to finish off, that's my main concern, is that it's one thing to say I'm in favour or not in favour, but with water, we need it basically. It's a living thing that we need to have basically.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Robert. I have one question for you. Your house supply, does it also come out of the stock water system?
Beg your pardon?
The house supply for you for your drinking water, do you get that from the stock water system, or do you have another source for your house?
For us, we do use the stop water for like showering and for bathing and water in the garden. We have rainwater that we use on our house just as a backup, and the other house actually buying water just as a safeguard.
Thank you.
We do have a filtration system on there, but just as a safeguard.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Brown.
Sorry, Chair, you just asked all the questions.
Oh.
Yeah, you asked all the questions.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Morning, over here. Around your probably 20 hectares, is there access to irrigation, companies around you that could provide water close by, or?
We have approached some irrigation companies at various times, and they've told us that the water that is supplied is fully allocated. I haven't investigated that fully, but at times that I have, they say that the water in the pipes is fully allocated.
So they are close by, are they, to your property? There's pipes and irrigation.
The neighbours have dams. I'm not 100% sure on that, to be honest. Who owns what the allocation for that water?
Mayor Brown.
I think Richard's asked my question. Yep.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Oh, thank you very much, Robert. We're going to be deliberating on this long and hard next week. So, yeah, thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Roger. Come forward and grab that middle hot seat. Welcome. Once again, you have 5 minutes for your presentation to highlight the points you'd like to highlight, and then questions from councillors. So the floor is yours, and thank you.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Roger White. I'm speaking about halls, and I totally support the saving of the Balmoral Hall. The reason why is many things, but first of all, I'll just ask you guys a question. How many of you guys have tried to hire halls lately for functions? It's not easy, I tell you. You know, one-offs, if you're going to have a wedding or a party or something for one day, that's all right. But when you try to get a hall and you want to hire it on a certain day, weekly, right throughout the year, it's very difficult. And also, when you try and hire a hall daily for the year, it's even more difficult. And then the other factor, of course, is the what sort of flooring, if you're a dancer, which we are, what sort of floor do you need? You need a hardwood wooden floor. You don't need any of these concrete things, these artificial things. And unfortunately, there's not many halls left around. The Balmoral Hall is a great sized hall. It's not too big, it's not too small, and Ashburton is pretty short of halls when you actually start getting down to it. You got your Tynwald Hall, you got your Hotel Ashburton, and you got your event centre. And other than that, there's not much else. There's too many halls around the county, Ashburton County, and schools that are disappearing. There's quite a few schools that haven't even got a school hall now. So, you know, please, you know, I'm just saying, please look after the halls that we've got rather than spend millions and millions of dollars on building a new Flash Convention Centre or something like that. You've already got this old hall here. Some of the things that you could use the Balmoral Hall for, and you probably haven't thought about it, is like youth groups, activities, display shows, weddings, funerals, birthday parties, community groups, sports groups, marching groups, conventions, seminars, bike shows, or any other sorts of shows. Years ago they used to have flower shows and all that sort of thing. And the other sort of thing is companies. Companies would want to come along and set up displays. The Balmoral Hall, the height of it is good for large displays. I've heard of one group of people that wanted to hire a hall in Ashburton, and they wanted to have a bit of height, and there was nothing that fitted. So they went to Christchurch, and this was like a national-wide convention they wanted to have. So we missed out on all things like restaurants, accommodation and all that sort of thing. The old Balmoral Hall is a tough hall. Tough by that, I mean, kids and that can run around and kick balls around, and they've done this for many years. There's been hundreds and hundreds and millions of kids, I suppose, through that hall. And the hardwood floor and the wooden panelling on the Balmoral Hall is in pretty good condition. It's just about as good condition as what it was about 80 years ago. And it's had a lot of people through it since then. Okay, the rest of the Balmoral Hall, as we know, is in serious need of some maintenance. But I believe this hall could still be saved, could still be tidied up and made nice again. It needs a new roof, it needs new paint, it needs heating and fire protection, toilets and kitchens and ramps and things like that. But imagine the Balmoral Hall, it used to have nice gardens around the outside. And that with those great trees, imagine you could have weddings there and you could get some beautiful photos and shots like that. I think the hall just needs love and be well managed and advertised. Ashburton District Council have done more advertising on the old Balmoral Hall in the last few weeks than it has ever done before. So keep up the advertising, I say. Let it know it's out there. And I just had a thought, and I just went and sort of tried and measured it. I thought, you're looking for another basketball basketball court. I thought the Balmoral Hall might have fitted that size hoops, but it's just not quite wide enough, because you guys are looking at putting more courts down in the EA networks. This could be another option for kids and that to come in. So please don't pull the Balmoral Hall down, and if the council do decide to sell it, please put a clause in just to say to keep this hall, not to pull the blooming thing down. That's me.
Thank you very much for your patient submission, and we have a question here from Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Hi, Roger. I've got a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Yep.
How often do you use the hall at the moment?
We are not using the hall at the moment now. We've used it for 30 years up until this last Christmas, and then when we heard that the hall was going to be sold, demolished, pulled down, we thought, well, we'd better put Plan B into action, and that was quite difficult too. We approached quite a few places that had halls, and even approached the Ashburton College, and someone said they had a dance studio, but no, the toilets weren't there, and it just gets too difficult. There was other places that we went a couple of places over Tynwald, we tried to get them, but no, when you want it on a Monday for 40 or 50 weeks of the year, no, that's a bit difficult. Whereas the old Balmoral Hall was always reliable, always good. Unfortunately, of course, we watched the thing just go down and down and down and down, and there was no maintenance done, basically, end of story. But it's so sad to see a great hall like that. I know a lot of guys here have had functions in the halls over the years, and why can't we bring it back like that? Advertise the thing. I worked it out that.
We just have another question from Councillor.
One more question. If we decided to keep the hall and we decided to spend quite a bit of money repairing it, do you think groups are going to be happy to pay a little bit extra to be in that hall to rent it? Because I know it's been relatively cheap in the past.
This is where I think it's got to be managed better by the group that own it. Likes of Charmaine and ourselves and that, which are long term, maybe you could strike a deal. Where if it's one-offs, you could get quite a bit of income. I worked it out. you know, if you've got a couple of grand a week, you know, that's 100K from the hall, especially when you can get into seminars on that, and you know, you get these commercial properties, people come in and want to hire it out. So.
Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Roger, for your submission. What hall do you use now if you don't use Balmoral?
At the moment, after phoning around, we're using the St David's Church Hall up in Ellens Road. It's got a good wooden floor. It's probably about the same age as the Balmoral Hall.
Yeah. And reasonable cost to use it?
It was the same price as what we were paying for the Balmoral Hall. I think $25 an hour.
Oh, and yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hooper.
Sorry, just a quick one. So to follow on from Neil's question, would you come back to the Balmoral Hall if it was saved, or are you happy in your new home?
Good question. Yes, we would if it was managed better and done up. You know, like not when I say done up, it doesn't have to be too flash, but it's got to be warm and it's got to be nice. You know, yes, so I think we could certainly look at it. So.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission. We'll be going through these deliberations next week. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Sandra.
Over there.
Page 751, Book 2, Council. Welcome, Sandra. You have 5 minutes for your, we've all read your submission, so the points you'd like to highlight, and then we will have some questions afterwards. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Okay. We are totally dependent on the racewater for stock, as I have no alternatives. And not only is it the stock depend on it, we've got native fish, eels, freshwater lobsters and mussels, and the expense of providing an alternative water scheme for me is not an option. And the creeks as they are at the moment are a good channel for floodwaters. When we get floods, it protects my house and sheds. We've got a lot of birds nesting on the banks that use the creek water. Watercress grows in there, and a lot of our Maori friends gather and use watercress as a source of food for them. Dry years, I've had to use the creek water for washing and house water when my well dries up. And the biodiversity of the water, that's the life that's in the creek, for us is a huge thing. So, but basically it's the expense of providing an alternative source of stock water for me that would be prohibitive. I'm farming sheep and beef, and the returns on them for having to provide an alternate water scheme, I just couldn't do it.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Whereabouts are you?
At Ashburton Staveley Road, up near Springburn.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thanks, and thanks for the your submission, Sandra. So how big is your property up there?
400 acres, or 161 hectares.
Yep. And the race that flows there now, is it reliable? Is it ever gone dry?
Yes, it is. The only time I have any issues with it is when we've had a storm or the big winds that have blocked it up at the intake.
And this being a dry season, it's flowed all this year?
Yes, it has.
Good. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Over here. Yeah. If the council could somehow provide water to the boundary as a pipe, you know, would it be possible to go to trough system through the farm?
I'm not sure about that. We haven't got troughs set up, and I haven't got like a pump set up. My house well it goes dry now in a dry year, and that's just for single use. So on the viability of like a pipe scheme, I honestly don't know.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much. As I've said before, we will be going through all this next week, and
actually, sorry, one further point
yes,
I'd like to make was I noticed there was no questions about the fish life and that's in the streams, because we were told by one of the council water rangers that the council doesn't care about that, about the freshwater lobsters, the mussels and things like that, and I know ECAN do, and the eels and all the fish that's in there, and the water ranger made the comment, no, the council don't care about them, and I was saying that to someone and they said, well, ECAN does.
Thank you for that comment. We'll take it on board. We can't enter into that debate mode today, but in the report we are looking at the ecological system, because not all water races will close. Some will need to be left open for their ecological values.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Glenn. Very much musical chairs up there this morning, isn't it? One out, one in. Welcome, Glenn. We have all read your submission, so the floor is yours for 5 minutes, then questions, and I'll hand over to you, and welcome.
Excellent. Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me the time to come and speak. Just in the support of my submission. So I'm not good with public speaking, this is quite emotional for us as well. So where the stock water races are concerned, I am in full support of option 1, to stay and invest. The basis of this option that will ensure the future generations of my family have the ability to farm our land the way previous generations have. Sorry.
That's all right.
My children are the fifth generation to step foot on one of our blocks. This is the oldest block that we have of land. In total, we farm 300 hectares of non-irrigated dry land with 1,600 breeding ewes. So over our 3 properties, all 3 of them rely on these water races. These water races provide us with stock and household water. I know it's not ideal, but it's what we have. So over the years, our family have farmed through highs and lows. Currently, we're in a low point where the value of crops, the value of our crops, the wool, the lambs, everything is dropping in value for us, and our associated costs, they're all increasing. So in order to add more infrastructure onto our properties, this is the piping system to water troughs, it will near cripple us. So to be looking at doing this now, sadly it looks quite unsustainable for our future. Sad. But let's not talk about money. We're not here about money, we're here to talk about the water races, and let's talk about what inhabits it. On any given day, I can walk outside to our water races, and I can see bugs and insects swimming around in the water races. We can see birds and wildlife drinking out of these water races. Mussels, there's cockabillies, you see all these in the water races. If you dig deep enough into the stones in the bottom, you find mussels. This is all good stuff. Again, if you want some fresh salad greens in the evening for your dinner, go out, pick some watercress, it's all there. What happens to this with no water? All of this stuff dies, it goes away, and our kids are left with nothing more, nothing but dry land. So what about other services these water races provide? What about our rural firefighters that use these water races when they're fighting fires? They use these to top up their tankers so they don't have to travel too far. What about our local hall? It draws water from the water races, just like we do. And it's actually their system that we set our home up based on, to make sure that we have safe drinking water, to shower, to bathe, to clean our teeth, to cook, to clean, to wash our clothes. We take all this, we have a system in place, it filters the water, it goes through reverse osmosis, we make sure it is safe. So what are we left with after that? You take the water race away, we're forced to collect rainwater. That's not going to be sufficient. Following that, we have to drop a bore. From what I can tell through the ECAN maps, that bore water is worse than the water race water for us to drink. We still need all these systems in place to clean it. So what are we left with? The bore is also unreliable in the summer. So summer we still have no water. possibility. So let's talk about our stock. It's a stock water race after all. 1,600 coop worth breeding ewes. What happens to them? What happens to them with no water? It's simple. They die off. So we won't let that happen. We will sell them before that even comes close. It's sad. It is decades and decades of genetics, generations of genetics in building our flock. Who else loses out here? Our contractors, our shearers, the crutches, the tailors, the dippers, the people we pay to come in and do these jobs that we need more hands on. They lose out. They lose business. So what happens to them? What if their businesses go under because they're constantly getting less and less business? So done. And what happens after this? Worst case scenario, if we can't come up with the funds to find water for these stock, we wind up having to sell our farm. Worst case scenario, we sell our farms. And what happens there? Our consultants, our lawyers, our accountants, the local businesses we support, Mayfield School, Mayfield Play Centre, these are all places where our kids are going to go. They get funding for this. We volunteer. We do other things for the local sports clubs, rural suppliers, Rural Co, PGG Wrightson's. These are all companies that we support. So what happens to them? They lose a bit of business. Okay, the big companies will probably wear that, but what about the school? They lose a family. What about the local play centre? They lose a family. They lose funding. And worst of all, what happens to our family? We will probably have to move away just to find work. So we split our kids away from their grandparents. They don't have as much time. I'll probably have to go work full-time somewhere. That gives me less time at home with my family. It's something I have a luxury of at the moment, which I really enjoy. And taking these water races is a high risk of taking that away from them. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Glenn, and well done. Very impassioned submission. So questions? First question from Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Glenn, for your submission.
Thank you.
And I can feel your pain. Where are you farming?
So we farm, we have 3 blocks of land, all sort of within 5 kilometres of each other. One of our blocks, one that I live on with my family, is on Hackthorn Road, Barneswood Road up in Mayfield.
Okay.
The main block, Yarra, is about 5k up the road on Coscarees Road, corner of Coscarees and Morehouse. And our third block's a small family block. That's the one that's into its 3rd generation of ownership, 5th to step foot on that land. That's a wee 20 hectare block in the heart of Ruapuna.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
You know, sorry, that's probably answered my question. I was trying to understand where you were in the county, because that's
Yep.
sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Glenn, for your submission. Well done for the first one. It was very, very good.
Thank you.
So well done for that. If we stay and invest in stock water, the costs will rise significantly because
Yes.
we need to put fish screens, etc. on. So the costs will go. You
Yes.
happy for that to happen if we stay and invest?
Yeah, I believe so. Obviously, it's a cost structure we'll have to try and find a way to work out, but we're working on that at the moment, trying to find a way to make our business more viable. So obviously, if you were not to stay and invest in it, our cost structure is going to go up anyway, because to get water on farm, it's going to have to come from somewhere.
Yeah. And is that water race that you have now, or you have several of them, are they reliable?
Very. The only times that they are, again, like the previous speaker said, the only times they are not overly reliable is after heavy storms that have knocked over the intakes, and we have issues there. But otherwise, they are very reliable.
And do you have irrigation companies' pipes nearby your properties?
I believe there are a couple, yes. There are some groundwater takes, some surface water, water races in the vicinity as well. So I believe there are some in the area.
Connecting onto one of those pipes, not for irrigation, but for stock water and house water, would that be an option for you?
I believe so, but the costs of infrastructure would have to have a look at to make sure we can actually viably go through with that.
As in putting troughs and pipes in the
Yeah,
ground?
so I've done a brief calculation at home over the past wee while, and at the moment for pipes, fittings and troughs alone, we're looking in the vicinity of about $150,000 of infrastructure costs, and that's without any labour or pumping or storage or anything involved. That is literally just the pipe work for the farm going to the water
to do your
troughs.
3 properties.
To do 3 properties, yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Glenn. Very good. As I've said before, we are going through all these deliberations next week and have to make a decision around this. So,
Yes.
so thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Hello, Mary. Can you hear us? Maybe not.
Here we are. Good
Hello,
morning.
Mary. It's Russ
How are
Weller
you?
speaking. I'm chairing today, so welcome. Thank you for your submission, and you have 5 minutes to go through your submission, which we've all read, and then we'll have some questions afterwards for you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and to join by Zoom, and the staff who helped me with it. I had a little glitch this morning. I thought I got the time wrong, but I'm here, so that's good. I'm the Access Coordinator and the National Street Accessibility Audit Coordinator for CCS Disability Action. Although I'm based in Dunedin, we have a strong presence in Ashburton, and I've also spoken with local people around submission. I just want to make 2 really brief comments. The first one is about the Tynwald Pool. I've read about this in the media and discussed with local staff, and I understand that there's a lot of money to be spent. However, if you remove that pool, it really does reduce the facilities for recreation, particularly for people on low incomes. And I've just had a quick look at Tynwald's population stats, and from looking at that, you've got average age of about 37 and a median income of about $37,000. So to me, that means you've got quite a lot of young families on low incomes who are facing absolute cost increases every day, and the cost of getting to Ashburton and using the pool there would be prohibitive. This also applies to disabled people as well. And we all know the importance of socialisation and physical activity. So whilst it's a big decision for the council to make, I think you need to look at the costs of what's going to happen to those people who just won't be able to access any sort of physical activity or social event like that. And the other thing is looking at the future. We're facing climate change. We're in a cost of living crisis. People are struggling to make ends meet. So I think it's really important that the council looks at that when we're deliberating. I engage with quite a lot of councils over the South Island, and I've been listening to submissions, and in some of the councils, the groups before me, there's been the same things of reducing funding for community assets, which make a big difference to people's wellbeing. So just to summarise on that, we're strongly against it, and we think that you need to really look at the ongoing costs and the way the world's panning out to be in the future. The other thing I want to talk about briefly, which I mentioned in our submission, is the consequences of the change to the government policy statement on transport, and in particular about footpaths, and the fact that councils have been required to get value for money for the money that they spend on transport, increase productivity, and that you're not going to get any funding from the National Transport Fund. So, how are you going to get value for money for your footpaths? What we have developed in conjunction with MR Cagney, the Sustainable Transport Engineering Consultation Company, is an accessible street audit, which basically we audit the footpaths, identify what the access barriers are, and an access barrier is always a safety barrier, and then give you a report prioritising the areas that you need to fix first. So there would usually be an unsafe crossing, a street curb cut, places where people might slip, trip and fall. And then what the council then has that information to prioritise the improvements that you need to make over time. So it's quite a good thing for councils, because we're not saying spend more money, we want more money, we're advocating that you spend a small amount of your footpath budget for street access audit, perhaps 1% or even less, and then you can use that money over time to make the improvements. Often councils will do the difficult ones, the dangerous ones first, and then incorporate the others in their maintenance schedule. We've done this with quite a lot of councils over the country, and they find it really useful and helpful. The other thing you can do, you can demonstrate to the community that you're doing something about improving your footpaths, and you can demonstrate to NZTA that you're creating value for money. And people who are moving around the community does improve productivity. You know, if you've got a local person that can walk to the shop, or walk to and get whatever they need, as against buying things online, and the just general community togetherness, that's a benefit for the council. So they're those two things that we want to say. Please don't close the Tinwell pool. Look at that very carefully and consider street accessibility audits. We're really happy to work with you to do that. So thank you.
And thank you very much, Mary. We have a question from Councillor Hooper.
Thank you, Mary. A couple from me. First, I just want to double check some figures you mentioned early. You said the average age in Timwell was 37. Then you mentioned the average income in Timwell.
No, the median.
Median income was 37,000.
Yeah.
Okay. And
this stats reproduced from 2018 census. Yeah.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you a question about the Timwell pool and spending $3 million on a facility that's open 3 or 4 months a year. Your thoughts on whether that was good bang for the buck?
I think it's a long-term thing, and if if it's not possible, then you need to think of other ways to get people to allow people to get there. Because it's the bang for the buck is more than people just swimming. It's people going to that beautiful park, which I've heard people really like. It's getting physical exercise. It's having community connection. And it's the most disadvantaged people in the community who probably get the most value out of it. Interestingly, disabled people benefit more from physical activity than people who are not disabled. Yeah. So we acknowledge it's a big decision. Yeah, but if you do close it, then you have to think of some alternative for people to be able to access physical activity, and that might be something like an on-demand bus service like the My Way for Timaru, for Tinwell. Yeah.
Thank you.
If you take it away, you've got to have another option.
Thank you. Councillor Todd.
Thank you. Morning, Mary. Yeah.
Morning.
In your submission, you talk about blanket speed limits.
Yes.
Around schools, obviously in Ashburton we have it 30 k's 24/7. So obviously we're looking to, when we can, reverse that. Maybe to either between 7:30 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, or 1 hour before school starts and 1 hour when school finishes. What are your thoughts?
First of all, we're really disappointed about the directive to reduce the blanket speed. No, I'm going to go. They weren't, in my view, they weren't blanket decisions. I worked with a lot of councils who consulted around those speed reviews, and the 30k is the speed that international research and NZTA research shows that if you're a driver and you hit a pedestrian at 30k, they're more likely to survive. And the faster you go, the more likely people are to have injuries and die. Or so there's that. So there is evidence for them. Obviously, the 24/7 speed is quite useful because people do go to schools out of hours, and some schools I drive past in Dunedin here during the week, the people coming and going using the playgrounds and things like that. So bottom line is stick to 30k. I think there's evidence for it. The next line would be not removing them but having them during school hours. Yeah, but I think it's Yeah, it's important because we have a really bad transport pedestrian injury rate in New Zealand, but it's not particularly well measured, and children are particularly unreliable pedestrians. Yeah.
Yes.
Would you be interested in some sort of bus service, like for those who have difficulty getting around? Like at the moment, Ashburton doesn't have one, but what's your thoughts on being supportive of some sort of bus service in Ashburton?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Particularly something like the My Way for Timaru. When I was communicating with the person at the ECAN who was managing that, and they did their first evaluation, and I spoke to the woman on the phone, and she said people are doing things they've never done before, and I had a fair hunch what they would be, and I was dead right. They're visiting family and friends, and they're going out. Yes, the My Way for Timaru bus service seems to be really successful. It's a good way to get people around. It might be a bit more costly, but I note that in Timaru they're not using their great big buses at all. Something like that would be really useful, and we would be really happy to work with you about establishing that and working with ECAN to get one. I think it'd be great. They make a real difference.
Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
Thanks, Mary. There was a survey that went out regarding public transport, whether we should have it or not, that was done by our council and through Safer Mid-Canterbury through our Safe Communities group. Were you involved in that at all, or did you know about that?
No, I didn't know about it, but that doesn't mean to say that CCS wasn't involved. Just a quick, I cover the whole South Island,
right?
With regarding working with the councils. But if you would like me to find out about that, I can.
That's okay. We could probably do that from our end. But yeah.
Oh yes, yeah,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for all the work your group does, and we appreciate your submission. And yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. We'll watch with interest.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye. Lal, you like to come forward? Okay. Submission Councillors Booklet 2, page 127.
I have something for each of you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you so much for
it's fine.
for this. Here I am. I've been here before. I'll come again.
So you have 5 minutes to give your presentation, and then there'll be 5 minutes of question time for you. So
I shall rattle on.
No, thank you.
I want to say a particular hello to Lane Brown, Carolyn Cameron, Tony Todd, Phil Hooper, and Russell Ellis himself. You are the councillors for the Ashburton ward where I live. Just tell you about the northeast Ashburton area. We've always had difficulty with our water. It's been contaminated from a long way back, and in the year 2000 it was found to be highly contaminated. After it was released, some water results were released, and they were extremely high in nitrates and E. coli, and that started a whole investigation which culminated in 2004 Ashburton Meat Processors having their consent, which was a 35-year consent, runs out in 2028, was reviewed. Tighter controls were put on them, and we were told that things would improve. I can tell you clearly they have not improved. So that's why I'm here, because we need potable water and wastewater too, probably, because the two should go hand in hand, in my way of thinking, to protect the environment, and our environment has been severely damaged.
So, thank you. I've read your document with interest. You want to make our district the district of choice of lifestyle and opportunity. Our lifestyle ain't as good as some of yours due to our water. You say you've got tough choices and we can't afford everything. You say it's a delicate balance between delivering essentials like roads, wastewater and drinking water. It sure is. But look, forget the exciting projects and get on with the essentials. Because what we need is water. Phil Hooper, you like good water? That's what we want too. So, you've got a map in front of you and you can see the area that has been affected by this plume of contamination from Ashburton meat processors. If you don't know, they're on Bridge Street. If you can see Bridge Street on that map. I live on Keenan's Road, which is about halfway down on the map there. That is the contamination. That was in the year 2000, and I can tell you, if my well is anything to go by, it's got worse, not better. Okay, 2019, great excitement for me. Greater emphasis, this is from the council, greater emphasis on the community, and it said in The Guardian, the health and welfare of the people in Ashburton will shortly become a higher priority. Great, I said, great, health and welfare, that sounds like me. Ashburton Mayor Donna Fable welcomed the reinstatement of 4 aspects of community wellbeing into the Local Government Act. Would have an improving quality of life, improving residents' lives and looking out for the environment. I said, great, that sounds like we're going to get some water. Maybe that will happen. Didn't. Failure, Donna, sorry. 2019, Guardian. Town water heads down Beach Road. What the hell? Why is town water going down Beach Road? It's around our area that's contaminated. It's not damned Beach Road. I'm not interested in Beach Road. Where's our water? Why do you go off on a tangent and have developers developing areas and you give them potable water and wastewater while we have waited years and years struggling with our contaminated water? Significant projects to advance in 2019-20 year from Hamish. He says, our key focus for the year remains delivering quality infrastructure and regulatory services. Our vision is to foster Ashburton as a district of choice in lifestyle and opportunity. Once again, lifestyle. We have a lifestyle minus that is significant to us. We'd like it to be a positive. Went on to say, quality roads, drinking water, yay, wastewater and waste reduction. We haven't seen it. That's 2019. What happened to that vision, Hamish? Hey? We ain't got it. We're waiting. We're still waiting. Right. Now, we have a big issue. Suddenly we find we've got E. coli in our water. 2019. ECAN looks at E. coli cause. Environment Canterbury is investigating the cause of E. coli in the northeast of Ashburton. They think it could be effluent disposal. Yep, that's that. Ashburton meat processors. Septic tanks, poor wellhead protection, and the cemetery. Now we've got the cemetery creeping ever closer to us. Does anyone ever think what might be happening in the cemetery that could be causing contamination of our water? Have you done any research? Do you know? Do you think about it? How do you like to be drinking water that's just been sifted down from the cemetery? Not good. Order issued on northeast water contamination, 2019. The contamination of wells in the Ashburton northeast has forced the Medical Officer of Health to issue an order requiring the problem to be further investigated and a solution found. Under Section 69ZZP of the Health Act 1956, the order requires ECAN with the Ashburton District Council to carry out a full assessment of the area and to remedy the situation. Did you do it? Did you actually do that? I heard nothing about it. It's not been remedied. It goes on. Do you just turn your back and forget about these things? We've got a community of about 100 households, and this is what we're putting up with. Look here. AMP develops action plan to reduce nitrate levels. This is in 2019. Excitement. Good. This sounds great. I'm really for it. Okay, thank you. I'm waiting with interest. But it's got worse. It didn't work. Whatever their action plan was, it just did not work. I can tell you it has not worked. I have my water tested monthly, paid for by Ashburton Meat Processors. And the results come to me and they go to Ashburton Meat Processors. And I can tell you the results are appalling. They're getting worse. They're not getting better. In the year 2000, I had much better water when this first issue arose. And I've got the results to prove it. Here we go. 2020. 4 million in bank for water projects. Woohoo! I said, that must be us. We're going to get something. Water project, that's us. The Ashburton District Council has a 4 million from government advance for projects involving drinking water, stormwater and wastewater. I thought, here we go. They'll make a start. This will be good. But no. Methven got something with some sewerage upgrades. It's all gone. Nothing happened. This family, I'm sad for them. They wanted to live on a subdivided area down in the northeast Ashburton, but they can't actually do it because the rules are you've got, with your on-site water management, you can't subdivide down to the 4,000 square metres we're supposed to be able to under your district plan, which changed in 2012, thank you. We're supposed to be able to subdivide, but it's really impossible. So people can't get value from their properties. And I'm terrified this is all going to go on our LIM reports. Have you thought of that? Does it? I haven't checked my LIM report. Do you know? I don't know. It's a worry.
Well, I'm just going to have to because time is...
Right, okay, so...
Thank you, sorry.
You've seen the map. You've heard what I've had to say. You've seen all the ups and downs of our lives down there, wondering if we're going to get it. I need to have action from you people, not in 4 years, not in 2 years. Let's say in 6 months you get onto it and do something and tell me what's going to happen. Thank you for hearing me. And
Thank you for your submission. We have some questions. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Good morning. Just to clarify, did you say this map, the figures on here are from the year 2000?
Yeah. Yep.
So has there been an update of, I mean, obviously you're getting your monthly readings done, but has there been an update done in the last 20 plus years?
If you look on Canterbury Wells, you'll find an update for all those wells. Well, probably not all those wells, because they don't publish the details of private wells. But, yep.
This is the most recent that you could get.
Oh, that was a map that was put out then to show the extent of the of the plume that came from. And I'm sure that's not changed. The plume, no.
Okay. No, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Lil, and thanks for your submission. You mentioned Beach Road, the pipe going down Beach Road, and as the developers hook onto it, they pay the cost of connecting onto it. So if the pipe went down your road, you'd pay the cost of hooking onto it as well?
Absolutely.
The full cost of hooking onto the pipe?
Yep. I was actually asked by one of your council staff members to go up and down my road, Keenan's Road, and ask what the residents thought. I got to visit 4 or 5 of the residents. They all said yes, they would like to hook on. But it's not my job to go canvassing around residents. It's not safe, actually, to ask someone to go and knock on doors of people they don't know.
Did you get an indicated price of what it would cost?
I have had an indication from the council. Someone emailed me the costings, so 7,000 or 8,000. Is that correct?
I don't know, but possibly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much.
I'd just like to say...
sorry, Councillor Todd, sorry.
Well, what are your readings?
What am I? Oh, sure. Got them here.
Are they just continually increasing?
For the last 12 months, I've only had 2 months where the water was actually potable. And because of that, I don't drink it ever, because you don't know. So the lowest the nitrate has been is 9. The highest it's been in August 23, it was 15.7. And the E. coli go from 1 up to the most I had was 8 in March this year.
Okay.
I have, if you want to print out of that scribble.
That's fine.
I can, and I might just say Celtic Rugby Football Club rooms are at the end of my road. It's a public place. I was there last Saturday. It was their club day. There were hundreds of people, hundreds of children, and they're all consuming the water from the bore at Celtic. I talked to the manager. She said as far as she knew it was potable, but they're going to look into it. I've emailed them out of interest. But you need to be careful. That's a public place, and you would hate to have an outbreak of E. coli poisoning.
You just have another question from Councillor Hooper. That'll be the last question.
Now, what are you drinking now? You'd say you're not...
I'd love for you to ask that question. I go to the cemetery. They're the closest taps of potable water in the cemetery, and I fill up my plastic containers, 6-litre containers, take them home, and that's what I drink. And when people ask me why are you doing it, I say it's because it's delicious water with more body in it.
Thank you very much.
Having said that, there is my water. Clear, crystal clear, beautiful. Smells delicious. Would you like a drink? Anybody like a drink? This is my water from my well.
Yeah.
You're not happy?
No.
Wouldn't take a sip? No, well, I can't. I'll take it out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. I hope I get some water, and I hope I hear from you soon. Something exciting
We
happening.
will be discussing this next week during our deliberations, so there will be an outcome from that you will be informed of.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Simon. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
We've all read your submission, so you have 5 minutes to go over the highlights you'd like to emphasise, and then there'll be some questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you. So, so my name's Simon Gregg. I am from Nixon Street in Tynwald, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to come here and speak on this topic in this context. Mine is about the swimming pool opening hours. So I'm a keen contributor of the EA Network's swimming pool, and I enjoy swimming and things. But in April 2022, a decision was made to close the pools close the pool 2 hours earlier at 7 p.m. on weekdays and 5 p.m. on the weekends. It was stated this was due to COVID-19 changing the way people exercise, and needed to ensure it was cost effective by matching its services with demand. And so we're now over 2 years, and we still have these earlier closing times that remain. And this has meant the loss of the facility of the pool in the evenings and the weekends. My opinion is Ashburton has limited activities in the evenings other than bars and restaurants. Also, you cannot swim in the river, the lake or the sea. So I think that it's really important to have a good aquatic facility for the town. To get to the pool on the weekend, it closes at 5 p.m. So if you wanted to go and have an hour at the pool, you really need to be, organised and leaving home by sort of 3:45 p.m. And that's not really possible for a lot of people that are working Saturdays and things. So I think that it's sort of, lost that facility after 5 p.m. in the evenings. And even weekdays closing at 7, I think is too early compared to other pools around the country. Most people work until 5. You get home, you feed your children, you do your dishes. It's sort of 6:30. You haven't got time to go to the swimming pool then either. So that's sort of the evenings out for that. I think. There's a spa and steam room in the facility, which is really great, and it's an adult facility because it's restricted to people over 16, and adults want to use that in the evenings, but now we can't because it's closed at 5 p.m. On Saturdays and Sundays. So I'll just carry on with my points. I think ratepayers have contributed to the costs of the pool, and especially the spa and steam, but it's now removed because of the earlier closing times. And in the weekends, 5 p.m. on a Saturday in the summer, the sun's still way up in the sky, the swimming pool's packed, there's nowhere else to go, and everyone has to pack up and leave at 5 p.m. So it's really early. It's still hot at 5 p.m. in the middle of summer. There's nowhere else to go now. The Timor pool's closed at the moment as well. Yeah, I think I'm getting to the end of that. My suggestion would be to, I understood it was open till 9 on the weekdays. I understood that was quite a lengthy time, and it was often pretty quiet then, but my suggestion would be, rather than to knock it back 2 hours in the evenings and weekends, just to go back an hour, so you could have it till 8 p.m. on the weekdays, and 7 p.m. on weekends would be more in line with other aquatic centres around New Zealand. Yeah. That was all I had.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission. Councillor Hooper.
G'day, Simon. As a fellow Nixon Street resident,
yes.
I'm interested to know why you are not in favour of refurbishing the Timor pool as your outdoor pool option.
Yep. I love the Timor pool. I'd much rather see that continue. I used to really enjoy that. Biking distance for me. Really great park environment in the Timor domain. So yeah, love that pool. I think that was another part of the major submissions, was what to do with that, and I think the problem's always been the staffing of it, and the cost of refurbishing it. And I think, I don't know, in the summer you can have some pretty cold days and there's no one there. So even though I'd much rather have that pool continue, I sort of feel that perhaps that's not going to happen. So yeah, we need to focus on the one that we have. I think an outdoor facility attached to the existing EA Network Centre would be great for staffing and things. But yeah, I really enjoyed going to the Timor pool. Yeah.
So the main part of your submission really is about the hours rather than options, right?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Thanks, and thanks for your submission. When you were swimming later at the EA Networks pool, were there many other people swimming at the same time?
Yes. So yeah, it would get pretty quiet towards the end of the evening, sure, but it's the same in the mornings. I mean, not everyone's there at 6 a.m. in the morning. It's only a handful of people then, and a handful of people at the end of the day. But it's a facility for the local residents. So yeah, it's not necessarily suit everyone at the same time to be very busy.
Yeah, I see it opens at 5:45 on the weekdays and 7 o'clock on the weekends in the morning.
Yes.
Have you been, and have you noticed the numbers there not great at that time of the day?
Yeah, so in the mornings it's pretty quiet, yeah, but then a lot of people want to swim before work, so that sort of suits some people. Some people want to swim after work, and so there will only be a handful of people perhaps at both ends of the day, and in the middle it might be its busiest time, but you still want to cater for those people that want to use it in the earlier parts of the day or the later parts of the day.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's not just swimming up and down links. There's a spa and a steam room there, and that's for adults. I mean, adults don't want to go and use the spa and steam room. There's a whole lot of kids there at 4 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, and it closes at 5. So that sort of has taken that facility away now for a lot of people.
Councillor Todd.
So how many days a week would you swim?
Now that it's closing early, I'm a bit more limited. So yeah, I don't get there on the weekends at all now because of work and things. So I really want to go to the pool in the evening on a Saturday, but I can't. But yeah, if I was back to my normal, maybe three days a week.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Simon. Yeah, we will. Another topic that we will be discussing next week. So thank you for that, and we'll let you know the outcome of that as well.
I think a lot of it was originally like the staffing issues initially, but I don't think that the solution to that should be the loss of the facility itself. I know it's over 2 years now that they've made those changes, and unemployment has changed a bit since then, and the COVID side of it's different too now, I think.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Stefan. Welcome. Thank you for your submission. We've all read it, so you have the opportunity to highlight those points in there that you would like to emphasise over the next 5 minutes, and then we'll have some questions.
Cool. Thank you very much. I'm Stephen Van Vliet, and I'm here speaking today as Chairman of the Plains Museum Trust. For background, the Trust was established by the Council and the Tynwald Reserve Board in 2014 for the administration and development of the area of the Tynwald Reserve utilised by the Plains Heritage Park, in part to simplify the complicated situation that existed at the time of multiple parties being responsible for the same portion of land. The Trust operates autonomously as a type of substructure of the Tynwald Reserve Board, who have fully supported our actions to date and are responsible for final sign-off of all works, including buildings, pathways, etc. that are added to the park. The Heritage Park currently comprises of 5 different heritage organisations, covering a large portion of Mid-Canterbury's heritage assets, some of which are of global significance, and a large portion of the district's heritage skill base is also based out there. Last year, the Plains Museum Trust signed an official lease with the Tynwald Reserve Board and Council for the Plains Heritage Park portion of the reserve. This has been an outcome a long time in the making and has formalised the arrangements between all interested parties, which was very much a good things take time situation. With the formal agreements now in place, it is time for the Plains Museum Trust to step into its development role alongside the administration that it has performed for the last decade. Over the past several years, the Trust has identified, with input from the heritage organisations, a number of developments that are seen as a must for the growth, safety and improved usage and enjoyment of the Heritage Park by both themselves and the park's visitors. Many of the items are to be found in the existing Tynwald Reserve Development Plan, which was first put into place in 2010 and was reviewed with input from the Plains Museum Trust for the Heritage Park area in 2018. The Plains Museum Trust is eager to see the actionable projects within the development plan be included in the long-term plan so that they can be delivered for the Heritage Park to help ensure its long-term enjoyment by both locals and visitors to the area. We are certain that these developments will enhance the site and help make it more attractive to both future and further organisations and events, as well as making it more functional for visitors and existing users. Something you may have noted is that while there is a development plan currently in place on the reserve, we've requested a detailed development plan be funded. The plan in place is very much a broad strokes document. We feel it is of vital importance that a more detailed plan be developed in the short term to provide a cohesive heritage village site that includes the best examples of buildings or collections from around the district. As it stands, a lot of the future development hinges on there being some sort of more detailed plan put in place to provide clear direction for where the site is headed. For both the Plains Museum Trust, the Reserve Board and all the organisations currently involved to know where it is going. That'll do me for now for speaking, and I'll take any questions. As you can hear, I've just been getting over COVID last week and my voice isn't quite back.
No, thank you for that, and thank you for all the work you do there. So, questions, councillors? Councillor Todd.
Thank you. Well done, Stephen. I want to read your submission. You know, give or take a few dollars, you're after about $100,000. how much do council give to you each year, like as in support?
Council currently provides an insurance grant for the occupiers.
Okay.
That is all the funding.
Okay. So you qualify to go out to other funders, like Mid-South Country Trust, Lion Foundation, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So you're not necessarily looking to the council for full support?
Not necessarily for full support, but probably for the majority of it, because these organisations will look to the development plan and say, this is a council document that says you will have paths here. Why are we paying for these paths that the council says will be here?
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? No? Very good submission, Stefan, so thank you, and we will be deliberating next week, so we'll obviously be discussing this and we'll let you know the outcome of that.
Cool, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, can you hear us?
Yes, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. So you have 5 minutes, and we do have a timekeeper to present your submission, and then there will be questions afterwards. So the floor is yours, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Mayor, fellow council, I nearly said fellow councillors, councillors, senior management, thanks for the opportunity. I was looking forward to meeting some of my senior management friends, but I haven't got COVID. I've done 2 tests, and it's just one of those old-fashioned colds where you've got a runny nose and a cough from your boots. Anyway, I know you've all read my submission. Only one thing I'd like to emphasise is the 480 litre green bin. After walking around Timwall, after the red bins have been collected, it's obvious that a lot of red bins have grass in them. So at the moment, that's all transported to Cape Valley. It should either be composted here or in Timaru. I'm not in favour of a small kitchen waste bin. It's far easier for people to have a green bin to put kitchen waste and garden waste in. That $3 million that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, I presume is borrowed money. Usually you look for somewhere to spend money. You do not, it doesn't make sense to me. You usually have a project or maintenance that needs doing, then you work out what it's going to cost. You seem to have $3 million there. Now, where are we going to spend it? I'm definitely in favour of extending the EA Network Stadium for 2 more courts. And after reading the last annual plan report, as usual, I can't understand the logic of only applying half the amount of gravel that is needed to the district unsealed roads. The satisfaction results for gravel roads a decade or 2 ago was terrible, somewhere around 30%. After investigation, Brian Firth, it was discovered unsealed roads lose approximately 48,000 cubes a year of gravel through dust and general loss of gravel on the roads. At the time, that's 10 years ago, the council was applying 25,000 cubes a year, which proved a disaster. The gravel roads started to deteriorate with the foundations coming through. Once the required amount of gravel was applied and regularly graded for a small amount of expenditure, satisfaction rebounded. Please remember 50% of our district roads are unsealed and provide a vital part of maintaining the continuing prosperity of our district. I've heard recently on the news that some district councils are actually considering tearing up sealed roads, returning them to gravel. It's so much more economic. So I think it's important that we maintain the gravel roads that we've got. Ratepayers understand everyone cannot have a sealed road at the gate, but they expect expenditure on their unsealed roads for the amount of rates that rural ratepayers contribute to the roading budget. I'm in favour of a general rollout of all domestic water supply in the district having a water meter as soon as possible. Only then can an accurate record of usage be determined. With a dry autumn recently, it annoyed me to see the dry lawns down Tarbottom's Road on Residential D because we've got a limit. On the other side of the street, Residential C, not only are the lawns watered, but the road verge as well. You go down to Lake Hood, every lawn lovely and green, and most of it's on town water. The usage in town water when I was there was absolutely phenomenal per household. I cannot believe the shambles made on Malcolm Street. It's so easy to say NZTA were responsible. Is the roading department of the council blind or just overawed by NZTA? Surely this is an ADC road, and it should have been, should have been pointed out to James Cagle how stupid the result was going to be, and the expenditure at the viaduct with its lurid paint job. I followed the first cyclist I have seen travelling under the viaduct last Monday, and it's been open about 6 weeks. If you present logic to NZTA, they take into local reservations. For example, originally NZTA were only going to make the viaduct one way. After making submissions and talking to James Cagle, common sense prevailed. It remained 2 ways, removing some of the southbound traffic off State Highway through Timor. As president of the Ashburton Museum and Historic Society, doesn't take long to get a job around Ashburton if you leave the council. Personally, I'm in favour of the council earmarking expenditure in the long-term plan to upgrade the Ashburton Museum. It is 9 years since it was opened, and it's time for a revamp of the exhibition area. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and thank you for your very succinct submission. Have a question from Councillor Wilson? No? Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Thanks, Stuart, for your submission. Always good, as always. Thinking about the Ashburton Museum, and we have got some dollars tagged in the long-term plan. How much do you think we should spend on upgrading the museum displays?
I think you've got a few million, I'm not exactly sure, but
it is
the expenditure you've got aside, hopefully it will cover what you want to do. If you've talked to Shireen, she's a very capable manager. I'm sure between her and your accountant you could come up with a figure that would satisfactorily do what Shireen thinks is necessary.
Thank you.
Councillor McMillan.
Morning, Stuart. Just a question on the Balmoral Hall, and I can imagine that you're probably torn in both directions with this one, but we've had a few submitters talking about selling the Polytech site and keeping the Balmoral Hall site and spending a small amount to get it up to scratch. What are your views on that?
Yes, if you can make it satisfactory for the users without spending millions, as a member of the Historic Society on the council committee, I'm in favour of retaining it. But you have to be realistic, and if people are paying a pittance amount to use it, they have to understand that if the building is going to be upgraded, there will be an increase. But as you say, redevelop the rest of the site. If it can be made earthquake proof, or perhaps toilet and painting inside without spending too much. I mean, I don't want you to spend millions on the hall. I'm sure you're prudent. I'll leave it to you to decide.
Councillor Todd.
Thank you, Stuart, for your submission. It's nice to have someone speaking to us with the same colour here as me. So I just noticed that you're not in favour of either pools at the EA network or upgrading. You're suggesting people go to Hines. Do you think that's a realistic option?
Well, if they want us, the usage in the Timor pool last year was pretty minimal, and I mean that unless you're going to spend a heap of money to make it heat or something, which to me is ridiculous because you've got the top heated pool at the EA Network Centre. People want to swim in a cold or colder pool. I think it's quite realistic. I mean, the usage at Timor, what was it, $22 ratepayers' money per swimmer? Well, that's just ridiculous. I mean, there's lots of things you can spend money on apart from that. No, I don't think it's necessary.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
Thanks, Stuart. Have you had an opportunity to look at the CapEx that we'd plan to spend in the long-term plan on transportation, and do you have a view on that? been a good advocate for local roads.
Yes, it's reliant on what NZTA, which I can pronounce so easily now. Thanks, Liz.
Yeah.
It's reliant on what NZTA are going to give us in the future, and I'm sure Mark will aim for the ceiling. Yes, but remember your your unsealed roads carry a lot of business in this district, and it worries me that you keep cutting back on the gravel. Well, it's a one-way street, and heavy transport uses a lot of gravel roads as well as sealed roads. Yes. Travelling down the ARG the other day, I can see where many millions have gone on that tourist route, whereas places on like the Maronan Road seem to miss out.
And one more question, please, Mr. Chair. Sure, you talked about other councils perhaps taking some of the seal off and turning their roads to gravel. Or do you think that's an option for this district?
Well, it could be. There was in the 50s, when there was a subsidy on sealing, which was logical, the present council just slapped the seal on, graded the gravel off the road and slapped the seal on top, and they had no foundation. And those roads are causing an awful lot of problems. And really the only way is to take the seal off and do the foundation, perhaps like we did on Henderson's Road, the old-fashioned way, and make them into really well-built gravel roads. If they're done properly, Fields Road next door to where I lived at Hines was done with volcanic rock. Must have been 10 years ago, the gravel road. And as long as it's graded, it's perfectly good surface.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. That's all the questions for today. So obviously we're deliberating next week, and we'll have this topic top of our mind. So thank you.
Thanks very much for your attendance.
Thank you. Willie, good timing. Come forward and take the hot seat. We've all read your submission, thank you. So you have 5 minutes to go through and point out the bits you really want to emphasise, and then some questions afterwards.
Yes, I would thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm on the stockwater drains. I support the council wholeheartedly. We've got quite a bit of stock drains on our farm, and I see there's a purpose for them in the past, but we're way past that situation, and support them closing down. Thank you. And I mainly came here to make sure that you know your responsibility when it comes to Carter's Creek. There's not a mention of Carter's Creek in your long-term plan, and I thank you for your support in the submission to the long-term plan from ECAN, but there is a contingency that also the district council needs to have concerning stormwater, and stormwater is a big contributor to the problems of Carter's Creek, so that's why I want to submit on that. We haven't put a submission in as Carter's Creek, but definitely as an affected person, I want to send this that because of the stormwater, the flood levels have significantly increased over the last couple of decades. Yeah. So, any questions on that?
Very short and sweet, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Well, it's pretty the stockwater, but it alludes to where you talked about Carter's Creek. You've said shut the stockwater. What about the environmental flows and the environment? All the stuff in the creek.
I think if there is, we need to, if there's people affected, that could be Russell Langdon's, maybe waterland and that sort of stuff. They should maybe make some provisions for it. It's not just cut them off on the 1st of July, that sort of, but it's a careful approach.
So how long would that approach be? Would it, we've said sort of 3 years. How would you say?
Oh, something like that. Yeah, we need to make alternative provisions for those kind of situations. Yeah.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Hi, Willie. I highlighted just a couple of lines on the bottom of your submission that said that you would support a cycleway along the foothills, which connects cycleways in North and South Canterbury. So where are you envisaging that they would go, and how do you think councils should support those, or how do you think
As you'll be aware, I've cycled the length of New Zealand, and Mid Canterbury is a grey area when it comes to cycleways. This council, I applaud your prudency, but hasn't done a lot in ways of creating cycleways. And for instance, the Selwyn District Council and the Christchurch District Council, they got cycleways all the way from the centre of Christchurch all the way to Rolleston, so to bike in a safe way. I think Highway 77 is, or 72 is, it's not a safe sort of bicycle lane. It's there's a lot of tourists on there, and we had a near miss. I think there should be, there's plenty of provisions of opportunities there to create cycleways. It's something for the long term. It's not something I will see created tomorrow, but I think we should create in this north-south desire to create a cycleway through the length of New Zealand. I think there should be something there for the people of New Zealand to enjoy, and we should play our part in that part. Yeah.
So
in that cycleway.
You're talking more of cycleways along the side of the roads, not
side
off,
of the road,
not,
or maybe
not
a
off.
little bit further away from it. There's opportunities, like for instance in Alfred Forest Road, there's a track where it can be a bit further away from the road because there's existing gravel roads to do that.
Councillor Hooper.
Hi, Willie. The Stockwater closures, do you have any concerns around flooding?
Have I got concerns about flooding from stockwater drains?
Yeah, if they are closed, do you see flooding issues?
I think when there is flooding issues, they're a bit bigger than the stockwater drains. What we experience, particularly at Pennants Road, is that a lot of the culverts get blocked up anyway by debris from tree trimmers and the likes. So it's flooding anyway, regardless.
Councillor Wilson.
To do with the end of Carter's Creek is Lake Hood, and it's got a bit of a green tinge. Who benefits the most from the green tinge being got rid of? Is it the residents of Lake Hood, or is it the greater district, or who do you think who should contribute to that, helping to clean it up?
I think there's a benefit at Lake Hood, having the green tinge. It's nice and quiet. I think the green tinge is also a huge benefit for the wider district because at the moment we've been starved of water sports. You can say you can still water ski and row on the lake, but you wouldn't want to go home and have a stomach bug as a result of rowing on Lake Hood because you fell in the water. So I think it's important that we solve environmental issues, but this is a community event. It's not just only just a few people having to pay for it. It's the wider district that certainly benefits from having water sport and recreational activities around Lake Hood.
Councillor Mackel.
Thank you. Just on Stockwater, Willie, and just wondering what your view is. Some people, is a split. Some people want it gone strongly, and some people really want it and need it. The people that want it and need it, how do you see them moving forward like we've heard from some submitters that can't afford to hook up to irrigation, put wells down. What are your thoughts on those areas?
Oh, if they, I can see, for instance, a sheep farmer at the moment wouldn't have the cash flow attributes with the demise of sheep and lamb prices recently. I've sorted in my previous history in being a farmer in the Dory area with a neighbour. I sorted it out by giving access to a well and helping him put in water troughs. So maybe it's a redistribution of help creating funds that some people ratepayers pay and others get a benefit from, or that they can get a loan from the district council to put some trough water system in. A simple system for sheep because they don't drink a lot of water, so that could be an option. But I don't have a clear vision on that.
Thank you, Willie.
Thank you, Willie. No more questions, so we're deliberating next week, so your topics will be in the mix, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, well done. That's the morning ticked off. Just the afternoon today to go, and then you can have tomorrow off. So lunch break, back at 1 o'clock. No.
All right.
everybody at home and watching online. We're a little bit delayed this morning. 1 o'clock submitter hasn't turned up yet, and our next submitter is due at 1:20. So we'll go offline, and if somebody comes in, we'll turn back on again. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the final session of the submissions for the long-term plan. We have in the room at the moment, we have John Blair, who was scheduled to come on at 20 past. John, are you happy to come up earlier? Can somebody just show him how to turn the light on, please? Thanks, Mark. Thank you. Thanks, John. So as a wee reminder, John, you've got 5 minutes to present your submission, and then we'd like to ask you some questions afterwards if the councillors have any. Cool. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Just like to congratulate you on the building. What a marvellous asset you've got. Great. I haven't been here before, so it's all cool. I probably understand you've probably read my submission. You would have seen the various aspects of it. I think probably the most important thing to take from it is, at the moment, is that we have it's probably been sort of recent that I've actually thought more about this, and I've talked to a few other people about this, and it's the fact that if we start getting rid of the stock water systems, we lose that infiltration of clean water into the groundwater system. Now, you're probably all aware of the Ashburton Lyndhurst Environment Court hearing, where they pretty much overturned the consents in that area because of the fact that they were deemed to be contaminating the water. And I think you'll find that we're going to have that issue going forward, and we need to use every sort of tool in the box to be able to actually try and reduce those nitrates, because it's going to impact it's not just impacting the farming, it will end up impacting the urban area as well. I think you're probably aware, suddenly your profitability of your farms start dropping off, values of houses drop down, everything starts to go. So it's probably, as I say, I could read it all through to you. There's no point. Have you got any questions? Probably one thing I did notice, I was actually just looking through your annual report for 2022-2023, and it actually made note that you were still going to keep the Brothers Take and also the Methven Auxiliary, and that you have actually commissioned fish screens already. So obviously that costing has already been started. We're of the understanding, that this was going to be an additional cost, but obviously it has actually already been started to be costed, according to the annual plan anyway, the report. So have you got any questions?
I'll open it up for any questions from councillors, please. Thank you.
John, afternoon. We've talked about it. I've read your submission, and it's what it is. It's good. The 3-year time frame, sort of, for the transition, because we did talk about environmental issues as well. We had that in. How do you see that 3 years, or how long should we take?
In terms of actually exiting the stock water system?
Exiting stock water, or even if we transition to what you've sort of suggested here?
Oh, it's obviously going to have to be longer than 3 years. I would say you're probably looking at least 5 years to get... look, even to exit the stock water system, I was just talking to Water Services just recently, and just to mitigate all the tailings that you currently have on our water from the water races, you're looking at pretty much... I think it's around about $1 a metre to dispose of it. There's a huge cost involved there. Just on our property, we've probably got about 3 or 4 k's or 3 k's of stock water races with tailings about this height. Now, you're probably aware that over in Selwyn, they are now deemed the tailings to be toxic, and they have to actually be removed and placed into a hazardous waste site. So that is going to be an additional cost to the council, because if you're exiting stock water, you'll have to have you're obligated to actually remove those tailings before you do. I think there's probably the biggest issue here I see is that with the council have come out with a blanket statement saying we're going to exit stock water, and I don't think that the full ramifications of that exiting stock water have been taken into account yet. And I think, as you say, you're talking 3 years, probably you're looking at about a 5 year, I would think at least 5 years before you can actually start to even work out a plan to exit the stock water, because you've got to remediate everything beforehand. You can't just sit there and say, we're exiting stock water and leave it in a disarray. As I said before, you've got fish screens which were meant to have been put in. They haven't been put in. You're basically illegal what's been going on for the last 2 years. Just think that maybe the council needs, you're going to have to remediate everything first and then look at potential options. Now, why not sit there and keep the system? Maybe do something like the Hines Environmental, was it Lower Hines Environmental rate, I think it's called, which you have the potential to put it across a lot larger rating zone, and that would give you additional income to potentially maybe do some of the green stuff, you know. Wouldn't it be nice to have, you know, wetlands and have the, you know, the cockabullies and the crayfish and everything else back in all those spring-fed creeks? You know, all our grandkids, well, sorry, it would be great for our grandkids. I used to do it. My kids did it. Wouldn't it be great to do for the grandkids to do it? And I think that's probably the biggest thing is, you know, the council need to realise that the stock water system was created to develop the plains. And I think that the council owe an obligation to probably enhance it, maybe, and maybe repurpose it in the future. But I'm probably starting to babble a bit. So, any other questions?
Neil, you'd like to?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Thanks, John, for your submission. So what do you do for stock water now? Is it just off that race? So for me, I use a combination of trough and I also use the spring-fed creeks.
Do you have irrigation on your property?
Yes, I do.
Is it from a well or from a scheme?
From a well.
A well, yeah. And you want to retain stock water race?
Well, I need to, because all the spring-fed creeks that run through our place are flood relief. So if we close them up, you'll end up with water running all over your roads, and you're going to cost you a hell of a lot more than $1 million a year. I think you'll find that all those spring-fed creeks on our side of the woods, that's the Lagmore, the Remington and the Brook, they are required, you need them to have them to take, because what happens in a wet time is that all the ground springs pop up and they have to flow somewhere. And same when you have a high flow event. The watershed up in our area is absolutely huge, and that's why they ECAM put in a series of flood diversion schemes in 1945, and they were put in there for that purpose, to stop the water flowing over the main south road. Now, all those spring-fed creeks are integral parts of that flood scheme. So I think, yeah, you'd be a very brave man to sit there and close them and then let people fill them in, because I'll be fine because I'll keep them open at my end, but the people down below us will get absolutely washed out.
So it's definitely something to think about. Your option is stay in the stock water and invest. And if we invest, we have to put the fish screens in, and it all needs upgrading. The rates you pay now would not be the rates, they'll be way higher in the future if we stay in it and invest. Are you happy with that? Well,
currently, in the last 3 years, we've had the Lower Hines environmental rate that's been rated against us, which just on our property was close to $2,500 a year. Now, that's, I think it's something like $2 or something, or I can't remember what it is for the capital value. Now, that's rated from the Hines River to the hills to the sea, and across to the Lagmore Westerville Valletta Road. Now, that's a huge rating zone. Now, off the top of my head, I don't know exactly how much it is, but I think it's over $1 million worth, well over $1 million worth of rating. Now, everybody, all the farmers out there, were quite happy paying it. No one contested it. We all thought it was a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mark. We have no more questions, so thank you for coming in and thank you for submissions, and we're going to deliberate. We'll begin next week, so
yeah, cool.
We'll definitely be talking about your submission then. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Now, Lynette, are you here? Please come up. Thank you. Welcome, Lynette. Just as a wee reminder, with 5 minutes for your submission, and then we'd like some time for asking questions afterwards, please.
No, there's no problem.
Thank you.
Mine's probably a little bit more of a rant than structural, really. I'm probably looking, I'll start from the green waste thing, and I've just written them down, so I'll read it out. I think that the majority would be wanting large bins, with with the difference that I think the older and the professional people in units or townhousing will continue to place vegetable and garden waste in their red bins, as they're not going to be wanting to have stuff sitting around in buckets for vermin or animals or whatever. The choice would be better, but the small bins would be like Waste in Wellington. They have a volunteer system that goes around and picks up buckets and people who have got vegetable waste. Maybe we could look at something like that for those that don't want to have big bins. I can't see somebody that's living in a little 2-bedroom house as a pensioner who's eating very, very little, wanting to have a big, huge green bin when they've got artificial lawn, etc. So it's got to be an option, I think, there, rather than an overall take. Moving on to the Balmoral Hall. I haven't actually used the Balmoral Hall that much. My daughter used to go dancing there when she was a toddler, but I think it could probably be enhanced a little bit better. And I've got here, I'm sure it won't matter what we say. The council would have already put a plan into place as to what's really going to happen to it. They would do similar to what you did to the old heritage building that was beside here, that was supposed to stay here and all of a sudden had to become a car park because you didn't have enough places to park your cars. And I probably suspect it has been mooted that the money from this will be allocated to debt. But my choice is to keep and upgrade the hall. It's central and could be utilised more. Sell the Polytech land and buildings and increase the Balmoral Hall with suites for use that the existing Polytech cover. Charter school might even want to have the Polytech land. Moving on to the stock water system. I don't know much about the stats or the cost to maintain it, but I'm aware that as developments of smaller blocks occur, that the water use is limited to household and not garden or stock. Example I used, I think in my submission, was about the Drumore system, and the smaller blocks there no longer have permission to hose gardens or water stock indefinitely. If you've got like an 8-hectare block out at Stanley Road, you can't use your water for anything else than drinking water and your own house water. Now you've got 8 hectares, what the hell are you going to do with the rest of it? Just seems stupid thinking. EA Stadium, so I think you need to invest in your stock water races, and I agree with the other chappie here that there's a natural environment that has to be considered there as well as the water table. EA Stadium, I think there's been enough spent there for a while. The whole Ashburton is not located in the EA area. Tynwald is needing some infrastructure enhancement as well, and once again there's a whole complex there that could be enhanced. Car parking at the EA is already insufficient, and looking at placing another pool outside doesn't make sense. There appears no allocation space for it. Looking at that big plan that you've got there, there seems to be no allocated space for an outdoor pool. And I think for the same cost, put it in Tynwald. Enough long-term debt has been accumulated on the EA centre. The Tynwald pool needs to be done. The development of regional residential housing and industry is increasing, and that's because the council are approving the more lower density subdivisions there. There's nothing available in Tynwald side, and the Highway 1 is very dangerous to bike on, walk down, and no public transport. It's going to be relying on more vehicles using that Highway 1, and it's time consuming. How much in percentage of our rates is allocated to long-term interest on debt servicing? So that's a question for you when you're coming back. How much is put aside for planned works? And how much does this building cost each ratepayer per day in long-term debt and costs? How much development fees have been obtained from the subdivisions in Tynwald over the last 10 years that could have been allocated to some parks, reserves and pool development? There's an awful lot of sections out at Ashbury Grove, of Westview, Oakview, all of those there. They're all paying development fees. Where's that money gone to? None of it, except for a little bit of a playground that was partly paid for by the developers, has happened over in Tynwald that I can see in the last 10 years, really. Oh, sorry, heating in the Tynwald pool that you've stopped. I struggle with the councils of the day making decisions and really only paying lip service to us as ratepayers. You say that a majority of people wanted the expensive version of this building, and I put to you that the majority of the people who are paying for this decided there was no sense in submitting because the numbers of submissions would be insignificant versus the decision to be made. What I mean is that a couple of hundred submissions is by no means considered a majority of the ratepayers, and yes, it's lovely having a nice new building if you can afford it, but as ratepayers we are forced to pay for it, and many would not know what they're paying for. Do you seriously think that Joe Smith would want to have you sitting in a $500 to $600 office chair when they're sitting at home being careful of their power, food or living costs because the rents and rates are too expensive, or $50 to $100 per week? That's me.
Thank you, Lynette. Appreciate the time you've taken to come in. Do we have any questions? Neil, please.
Thanks Lynn, for your submission. Just have a question. It's on stock water, and you're saying stay and invest in the stock water. And I think I might have also picked up that you would be happy to contribute to and help pay for the stock water, even though you don't use it. Did I hear that?
I think we're having to pay for this. We don't have a choice. So I would rather put my parts of my rates into something that was ecologically to the well-being of the area, and of a need for the rural areas.
Thank you.
Liz?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Hi, Lynette. Regarding the Tynwald pool, do you think it needs to be reinstated back to a full pool, or do you think a smaller paddling pool would
No, I don't think a paddling pool is any use. There's how many sections have we got over in Ashbury Grove, Oakview, Westview? There needs to be a pool complex over there. Even an outdoor pool's fine. Doesn't even probably need to be heated. Just an tidy outdoor pool needs to be there, and a decent play area for people in the Tynwald to use. You know, we have sold, I can't remember how many sections there are in Ashbury Grove, and majority of those are going out in rentals to young families, or to young families that have purchased them. And there is, next to the Tynwald School, which you can't go and play in if you don't really go to Tynwald School, there's nothing for them to do on that end of town other than to try to come across that bridge. And if your mum and dad are going to be bringing your child over to the Domain, the EA Centre, you've got sometimes half to 3/4 of an hour just to get across the damn road. So it's an hour and a half journey before you even spend 10 minutes there.
Another question, if
Yes,
it's okay.
certainly.
Regarding Balmoral Hall,
yes.
So we've heard from a lot of people who are saying, yes, do up Balmoral Hall, sell the Polytech part of it, or put that into car parks or something. And I've asked a few people whether the rent that we would then charge for Balmoral Hall, if we did spend $1 million or however much to do it up, should be in line with recovering costs, because it's been very, very cheap up until now.
Yep. So how much does somebody pay for utilising space in this building here if they need to use it?
I can't answer that.
So you're basically going to be looking at probably a similar cost if somebody's wanting to use a suite in here to be using for whatever they need to. If you're going to enhance it to this standard, but if you're not enhancing it to this standard, then I think the rent has to be appropriate for the standard of the building. Yes, it has been cheap, but it's also been a very underutilised building. A hell of a lot of people probably don't even know it exists or that it can be used. And I think that if some enhancement was done on it and some purpose was put to it, and some more users were found to be using the main hall, then the rent would balance itself out. Yeah, you could. I think personally that Ashburton needs to have an indoor market, and have every Friday night have an indoor market with food things on the outside of it. And you've got a perfect area there because it's within that triangle complex that Justin's trying to organise, and all the restaurants around it. So you've got the people that are there. Just enhance it and find another income stream for it to pay for it. It doesn't have to just be the dance school.
Thank you. Phil?
Thank you. Lynn, I've asked this a few times today. Are you okay with spending the $3 million to upgrade the Tynwald pool and only getting sort of 3 or 4 months a year use?
Yes. I'm paying for this building here and I don't get anything except for when I come to a meeting. And I'm not looking just for me. I'm not going to be using the Tynwald pool. I live in the middle of Ashburton here. I don't actually even use the EA Centre. But there's families out there that need to have something on that side of the bridge to use. And whether we all have to pay for it to share the cost of it, it has to be done. If you're living in Tynwald, you must be feeling like the left right outers at the moment, because you're being asked to pay development costs. You're being asked to pay $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 for houses on the east side, and $1 million plus on the west side. And you've got a house, you've got nothing else to do. It's like living out at Lakewood. You have to drive all the way into town to get a bottle of milk, just about. Well, serious, in Lakewood, it is almost that. You have to drive all the way into town to get a bottle of milk. But in Tynwald, you've got to drive all the way into town to be able to do most things with your kids that can't be achieved at the New Life Centre or the boxing school out there. I don't have a problem with paying for that kind of a community thing. I do have a problem with paying for overinflated things.
Well, thank you very much, Lynette, and thank you again for coming in, and we'll be considering your submission next week when we're in discussion. So
thank you very much for your time.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, do we have Maxine here? Maxine, are you okay to come up a wee bit early? Thank you. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. Welcome, and thank you for coming. As a wee reminder, we've got sort of 5 minutes set aside for your submission, and then if you're happy to wait for a few minutes while we ask questions, if that's all right.
Understand that.
Thank you.
Councillors, tēnā koe kutu. Balmoral Hall is the last remaining vestige of the early secondary education institutions of this town, and as such deserves to remain to mark this part of Ashburton's history. Most of the submissions seeking to preserve Balmoral Hall are emotive in content, mine included. But this is not surprising. People value the hall not so much for its style and architecture, which are excellent, as for the social well-being it enables. The operational district plan acknowledges the resources of historic heritage value and significant trees contribute to the present and future environment in many ways. A recognition of Te Rangawaiwai for Takata Whengaroa, a sense of place, identity and continuity for a community, a pleasant environment for people's activities, a record of human activity through time, maintaining a link with the district's history, a contribution to the character of an area or locality, a basis for community well-being and understanding. The situation of Balmoral Hall alongside the reserve with its heritage trees on the Cass Street frontage epitomises these values. With regard to the high cost of repairs to the building, much of the proposed work that elevated the cost to $1.3 million was in the nice to have category, rather than the 2021 essential repairs estimate of $485,000, though that figure would no doubt be somewhat inflated today due to the escalating cost of buildings. It's a pity it wasn't undertaken in 2022 when it was scheduled. This high cost was so prominently advertised, but with detail of what it covered so hard to come by, one could think that it was designed to achieve a certain result. The sale of Balmoral Hall should not be seen to offset the cost of Te Whare Whakatere, especially with the sale of the library site having gone through so quickly. Council is the landlord of this building, and if it now finds the building to be deficient, tired and expensive to repair, it only has itself to blame. Council has in the past levelled accusations of demolition by neglect to other building owners in town. It is now guilty of this very attitude. That Council has, over a period of time, not followed a good stewardship of regular and timely repairs and maintenance is surely proof that it never had a long-term regard for the hall's future. If the hall has become underutilised in recent times, this is surely a recognition of the poor state of repair that the building has fallen into. Who wants to organise a function and then have to deal with a leaking roof and non-functioning heating? It's a community hall, and as such does not need to be state-of-the-art, like the event centre or Te Whare Whakatere. Like most services Council provides for the community use, it should not be expected to make a profit. But Council does have the responsibility to maintain the fabric of the building in good repair. The cynic in me suggests that sale and demolition mean pretty much the same thing. The most likely purchaser would probably be a developer who would immediately demolish it. The suggestion of council to add a dance studio to the EA Networks facility shows little understanding of the requirements of the currently most reliable tenant of Balmoral Hall. The 100 metre square area proposed is smaller than the smaller of 2 simultaneously used spaces at Balmoral Hall. And that's not to mention the issues of parking and egress at the EA Network site. Regarding the Polytech site, this is quite a separate issue and should have no bearing on the Balmoral Hall result. It's quite large and no doubt lends itself to many future uses. And if Ashburton really needs another car park, which I don't believe it does, not having noticed any shortage of parks wherever I wanted to park in recent weeks of observation, the Polytech site should be considered over that last remaining green area on West Street, opposite the Art Gallery and Museum. Ashburton has long had a poor reputation for preserving its built heritage. Please don't let Balmoral Hall go the same way. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions, please? Councillor Wilson.
Good afternoon. If we were to repair the hall, would you modify any parts of it to improve its usability and to help it be viable into the future?
I'm not quite sure what sort of thing you mean by that. I think the requirement of putting a lift onto the stage is superfluous. Some of those sorts of things they're nice to have if you're going to expand its usage and do it up and sell it really well. But it's not what it's actually mostly going to be used for.
Thank you. Mayor Neil.
Yeah, 2 questions. Thanks, Maxine. Do you use the hall at the moment?
Do I personally use the hall? I have attended things there, yes. I don't go to the dance classes.
That's right. And you made a comment that if it was bought by a developer, they would immediately demolish the hall. Why do you think that is?
Because that's what developers in this town seem to do.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Maxine. We will be deliberating next week, so your submission will be certainly considered. So thank you very much and appreciate your time. Thank you. Right. We have now, is Michael Rushton there? Please come up, Michael. Thank you. We're just running a little bit early, so I appreciate you've been here a wee bit early as well.
Not a problem. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor Neil and fellow councillors. I'm covering some of the points in my submission. Again, I feel it's important that I verbalise them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission on the closing of the Ashburton District Council water race system. Firstly, I'd like to table the following document of minutes that were taken on the 16th of May 2013 at the final meeting of the NMR Stockwater Focus Group, chaired by Mayor Neil and attended by the majority of the councillors in this room today. The outcome of that lengthy consultation process was, and I quote, Mayor Brown summed up the discussion in saying that he can't see an alternative option, so believes that the race will stay open unless another option is available that all the parties agree to. The high cost of an alternative is a stumbling block, therefore the status quo should remain. If I could just table those minutes.
Yes, thank you.
My question to the councillors and staff today, has anything changed? Would the Mayor's decision in May 2023 in relation to this part of the Ashburton District Council water race system, would there be any more information that would change this decision? I believe the answer is no. I agree with the need for the councillors to consider options to reduce unnecessary costs to their ratepayers. Where there are alternative cost-effective solutions for closing some individual parts of the race system where you have 100% buy-in by all parties, then that, on the economic face, makes sense. However, I believe that before closing any race or part of a system that has served the economic development for this county for over 100 years, that you should think long and hard about any negative effect your decision today could have on future generations of pastoral farmers, inhabitants in this county. My greatest concern is based around two main potential hazards, and I stress they are potential. The first is flood control and damage to roading and other critical infrastructure. Should a number of these water races be removed, and surface flood water that occurs relatively frequently during high rainfall periods will have a free rein to channel its own path to the coasts. The risks associated with compromising traffic flow along State Highway 1 and other roads in the county should be well understood before any closure decisions are made. The second, and probably the greater importance, is based around the potential effect of AF8, or Hokirangi Subduction Zone eruption in the Pacific. It is not my intention to give you a geology lesson or promote negativity, but please do your own research and think carefully about what may happen to existing underground water systems, supply systems, when this event happens. Remember, it has got a 75% chance of happening in the next 50 years. An example that sticks in my mind is following the Darfield earthquake in September 2010. It was 10 kilometres deep and measured 7.1 on the Richter scale. This will be small and insignificant in comparison to AF8. Telegraph Road, east of Darfield, succumbed to a 6-metre sideways shift, as did the council water race running parallel to the road. That race continued to flow immediately after the earthquake. However, neighbouring farms with underground mainline stock water supplies had no irrigation or stock water for their stock, as their main lines moved and leaked and making delivery of stock water very problematic. Some local farmers relied on pumping and carting water from that open race, so they could water their livestock during that period. This event in 2010 will pale into insignificance compared with when the AF8 happens, and the potential effect it could have on underground water and electrical infrastructure. How many cows, sheep and other livestock in Mid-Canterbury could be affected for an extended period if major damage was to happen to any of the irrigation companies' now piped water systems, or if the RDR was compromised? A scary but realistic risk that needs to be seriously considered. Are you potentially adding risk and causing a future catastrophic animal welfare issue by closing these races? Have you considered the risk? Have you a plan B to mitigate that risk and the effect your planned closures could have on in the event of these two major hazards? The final point I want to raise today is in relation to limiting pastoral grazing and on selected farms if wholesale water race closure was to happen. The council does not, in my mind, have the mandate on behalf of its ratepayers or voters to limit any individual or farming family's ability to earn a living from their land by removing a key component of livestock production, being stock water. Subsequently, any farm that loses its ability to provide stock water to livestock runs the risk of a serious capital value reduction if alternative water supplies are not available. Thank you in advance for taking the time to consider my thoughts. I applaud you to think outside the square and putting risk assessment at the top of your consideration process when finalising your long-term plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your well thought out and well delivered submission. We appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions for Michael, please? No questions? No? Thank you. Oh, I can't see your light. Sorry, Neil.
It'll be on your screen.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Neil.
Thanks, Michael, for your submission. You're suggesting stay and invest, which is an option there. Are you aware that if we did that, we'll have to fish greens and we'll have to upgrade a lot of infrastructure, which will be costly? The cost you pay now will be markedly higher in the future. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, yeah.
And happy to pay the whatever it is, that extra?
Oh, the whatever's...
whatever it is.
And yeah, with the consideration would have to be given to that cost, but it is something that's, it's an unknown at this point, isn't it?
It is, but I think we've had an indication of 7 million, something.
7 million, right.
Fish, just fish greens.
Right, yeah. So I guess my question there, Neil, is the fish green. What quality of fish green needs to go into that system? That doesn't need to be $7 million. Or I've seen several fish greens on irrigation ditches that are pumping into ponds that that don't represent $7 million and are quite effective. So that would be just a question to look.
Okay, we'll hold that question for when we deliberate. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Do we have Michelle here, please? Thank you, Michelle. We're running a wee bit ahead of time. Are you okay to be? Thank you. Come on up, please. Just as a wee reminder, there's 5 minutes or ish to present, and then if you can just hang around for a few minutes for questions.
Right.
Thank you.
Right, I'm here today to submit my submission for the Timwell poll on behalf of myself, my family, my grandchildren and the Save the Pool Committee. Being a group of families and like-minded people that over the years we have fought to save the Timwell pool, we've fundraised, we've life-saved, we've opened and run the pool ourselves, so we feel very strongly about our pool, and we think it's an asset that maybe the council needs to look at Timwell Domain as a whole as being an asset for the future. We have some substantial land over there in Timwell, and I think my philosophy is don't put all your eggs in one basket. We have a great indoor pool, yes, that's fine, but it will cost the same money to build a pool in Ashburton as well as in Timwell. I think it would be an advantage to all our community if there was, yes, a pool in Ashburton, but also in Timwell, so we're splitting the traffic, we're splitting our public, and I think the council has an obligation to have open spaces, playgrounds spread throughout the district, not all in one place. So I find in the years previous, we ran a swimming pool, and then the swimming pool was handed back over, to the council, and the maintenance wasn't kept up. There were problems. The EA was brought in to fix the plumbing. The plumbing was fixed, and then the pool was still leaking, and there was no follow-up on that. So now we're through lack of maintenance and upkeep, and we all own houses and we've all got to upkeep them, and that's what we do. But the pool's been neglected to the state it is now. But I think with the lodge, the camping ground, we need to encourage people over to Timwell to use those facilities, and having a pool there would be an asset for everybody, not only for Timwell but for Ashburton as well, the camping community, the lodge community, and God knows we need money coming into town. So I think it's a big advantage to keep them separate, keep our eggs out of one basket. I struggle with the
the speakers saying, you know, what about the lifesavers if we have them at EA? You're still going to have double the lifesavers to run 2 pools. And to me, everybody has to get in their car and drive to their job. So what if lifesavers have to drive to the Timor pool for their job? We all do it every day. So to me, that's a bit of a cop-out. On the day of our open day in Timor, there was one councillor that was pushing the paddling pool option. Well, we used to have a paddling pool in Timor. It was taken away. And the paddling pool option was just something thrown about if we didn't win for our pool. And yes, of course we would like a paddling pool if we don't win for our pool. But we already have a paddling pool at our pool. And I think, you know, as a mother and a grandmother of 13 grandchildren who I use the pool constantly, and we can sit round the pool with a picnic and enjoy a day. And I think we shouldn't lose that. We shouldn't lose that community, family, fun place to go. So, yeah, that's my bit.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Michelle around the table? Phil.
Thank you. Well done for coming in, Michelle. I know it's out of your comfort zone and it's out of everybody's comfort zone. So, yep, well done. My question, and I've asked it several times, I'll ask you again, is around the 3 or 4 months of the year that it's open for, and do you think that $3 million spent for that is money well spent?
Yes, I do think it's money well spent. And I mean, we can spend the 3 or 4 in Ashburton, or we can spend it in Tynwald. They're both going to cost the same money, and I think that's something that people haven't looked at. It's like, why should it be in Tynwald? Why shouldn't it be in Tynwald? And why shouldn't, I know 3 or 4 months, but we can do solar heating. And everyone knows in every council chamber that swimming pools do not make money. It is something given to the community from their council.
Thank you very much. Neil, please.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle, for your submission. You mentioned in your submission just now that many years ago the pool was given back to the council to look after. Do you know why that was? Because
the committee that was on had trouble with people opening the gates. When we ran the pool, we needed 4 people there constantly to run the shop, to open, and 2 parents to man, keeping an eye on everybody and helping young children in the changing rooms. So it's we could keep it going through the Tynwald School was what we did in those days, through a team working together. So it was given, I think, then because of the lack of parents, help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Afternoon. Would a smaller pool work?
Well, yes. I mean, yes, it would work. I mean, that's not even been something we've probably looked at, but it's more that family orientated, sit on the grass, have your picnic, take your grandchildren, is just so grandparents can have that time, as well as parents, but grandparents are the favourites. But I'd love that even, if that was an option.
Thank you. Rob,
Thank you. Thanks for coming along, and all very good, positive, valid points you've made.
Thank you.
My own kids have used that pool over time too, so with your time, my question is, with your time spent with your family over the years, have you noticed dwindling numbers? And my second part of that question is, if that investment was made, do you believe the residents of Tynwald would take it on more and use it a lot more, in your opinion?
So I think there was a downturn, but the whole trouble was there was a downturn with people going there, but I know for a fact, and I mean, like, I've been speaking to a lot of people over this because I'm not just coming in half-hearted, but a lot of the time we were going down there, the pool, nobody tuned up to open the pool. There were no lifesavers for the pool. When I spoke to lifesavers that were at the pool, and I said to them, you know, like, oh, you're over here today, you've come from EA, and they said, well, they loved it over there, but there wasn't, people weren't being trained to be lifesavers, so you can't run a pool if you're not training people to be lifesavers. I totally believe that we will have the backup, because a lot of the complaints have been, well, the pool was never open when we turned up there. And I think also saying that people can go there and they don't care what they look like and they don't care what they wear, and it's just a good old back to basics pool where you're not being stared at and looked at, so it has that vibe going on
Liz,
too.
Michelle, we'll just have one more quick question.
Yep, it'll be very quick, thank you. Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Tynwald School students, do they, I know they come in for their lessons to EA Network Centre. Do you think they'll end up using the Tynwald pool if we end up replacing it?
Well, the Tynwald School students always used to use the pool for their learn to swim and their swimming school sports, but it was only when it started it wasn't being run properly that all that stopped. So yes, I would say they'd love to be able to walk to their pool.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and we appreciate the time you've taken to come in this afternoon. And next week we're doing our deliberation, so we'll certainly discuss your submission then. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're running a little bit ahead of time, so we might suspend proceedings for 10 minutes, and we'll turn the cameras back on for those at home just on 2:10. Thank you. this afternoon the final session of the submissions for the long-term plan. I'd like to invite Murray Hawks up, please, to present his submission. Thank you, Murray, for waiting. I appreciate that to get us back on time. Reminder, we've got sort of 5 minutes for your presentation and then a few minutes afterwards, if you don't mind hanging around while we ask some questions, if we have any. Thank you.
Am I live? I am.
You are? Yes, you are.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to the committee, the council, and congratulations on your individual resilience in going through 4 days of this. It's a credit to you. I'm intending to talk on the matters that I made a formal submission online to. The water races, and the council finance and planning process. With respect to the water races, I've watched a number of presentations during this week online, and yes, there are some people watching. And a lot of what I could say has already been said. The water races constitute a significant asset in terms of biodiversity on the plains, and as a result they should be preserved, and that preservation requires an element of repurposing. Where the biodiversity is not that good, it is mostly a result of council staff mismanaging or managing the water races purely for stock water, which is what people pay rates for. So my view is that the water races are an essential part of the ecology of the plains, largely because they replace natural springs which have historically been eliminated by council action or with the support of the council. So taking them away does not actually constitute going back to any baseline. We've actually lost water sources on the plains, and as a result we're only left with the water races. The water races need to be paid for. Obviously they need to be paid for. And the farmers who have to put up with the water races, except when they're doing a good job, deserve some compensation. So I would suggest that the council should consider defining the water races essentially as having the purpose of amenity, with a secondary purpose of stock water, if at all. But amenity and biodiversity are the objectives of the stock water. As a result, the farmers with stock water races on their properties should not be rated for the maintenance of the stock water. Instead, they should be given rates relief for the area that they're prepared to fence off and have the stock water races run for their amenity and biodiversity values. If the racemen stop turning the bloody things off on a regular basis, then you will find that the biodiversity will continue to increase. We also have the opportunity then to ask landowners to enhance surface water, and the council should be promoting the development of small wetlands on private property. So that's my view of the water races. The council's charging headlong into a disaster. Your own numbers suggest that in 3 years' time 30% of your rates, 30% of my rates will be spent on interest payments, just interest payments, because you guys keep on borrowing for egotistical projects. Stop it, please. Stop spending money on useless capital projects that do not return a benefit to the landowners, the ratepayers, and start making use of the technologies that are available to you to reduce your staffing and reduce your costs. You should be budgeting on the basis of a year-by-year reduction in staff, because your staff now have access to technology. Not saying fire people, just saying stop hiring people. Every time you come and talk to ratepayers, you tell little porkies, you say, well, we only budget for one extra staff position every year, but last year we took on 3. And 3 years ago, we took on all of the government-funded extra positions, but they've all become permanent. You are suffering from just a creeping spend, and the creeping is getting into my back pocket. You need to be much more cautious about spending your ratepayers' money without delivering extra benefits to ratepayers.
Thank you. Is that the end of your submission, Murray?
That'll do.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Murray, please, around the table? Neil, thank you.
Thanks, Murray, for your submission, as always. Just look at, I think first I've got a couple of questions. First one is around the stock water, and you talk about ecology for the district, and not the farmer shouldn't pay, but everyone should pay. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying, well, for a start, the majority of the cost of the stock water races is your raceman. And your raceman's job basically disappears. You have already got staff with a biodiversity objective in their job descriptions. You assign the stock waters to your biodiversity department. I'm not sure what else they do. And you just repurpose the staff that you've got, but use it as an opportunity to reduce some staff.
So part of that question is not just the users of the stock water would pay, you're suggesting everybody in the district will pay for the stock water?
The costs need to be brought down, and you have had multiple offers during this week from other organisations who are prepared to work with you with respect to enhancing stock water. And the vast majority of farmers, of genuine farmers, the corporate guys, you can abuse them as much as you like, that are prepared to consider stock water races as being part of the amenity of their property, and they will work with you if they're given the opportunity.
Thanks for that. And you talked about useless capital projects that we do. Could you name some?
The cycleway, the shared cycle pedestrian pathways in the town, the paving of the intersections in town, which is not capable of holding heavy traffic. You've had to exclude heavy traffic because of the standards that you adopted. This building here is a monument to the lack of maintenance on your previous building. That'll do for now.
Thanks for that comment.
Thank you. Does anybody have any other questions for Murray? No. Thank you very much, Murray, for coming down. Appreciate your time, and we'll begin deliberations next week, which will be live streamed. So we'll talk to you via the cameras.
Okay.
Thank you. Can we invite, is Nicholas here? No, Nicholas isn't here. Beg your pardon? I see Nigel at the back. Nigel, are you ready to come on up? Are you happy to come up early? Thank you. Please come up. This is Nigel Gilkinson from Historic Places Mid Canterbury. Thank you, Nigel. We've got, please, 10 minutes, so sort of 5-ish minutes for your presentation and the rest for questions, please.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Our submission primarily addresses the future of the council-owned community hall in Cameron Street, known as Balmoral Hall. We've previously raised our concerns opposing the council's preferred option to sell off Balmoral Hall and the former Polytech site. Here are the main points of our submission. Balmoral Hall is first and foremost a community hall, a community facility provided by the council for the use of the public. Council are proposing to get rid of this community hall, and there is no plan to replace it. meaning that another valued community service is lost. The work to repair Balmoral Hall has previously been publicly consulted on and approved by Council at the last LTP review 3 years ago. Now, due to Council's inaction in delivering these repairs, this decision is again being relitigated. Balmoral Hall does not require any changes or alterations. It just needs to be maintained and looked after, as was previously promised. The only work that is really critical is to stop the building leaking. The hall clearly has heritage value and is a strong candidate for the inclusion on the Council's heritage schedule. We have so little built heritage left in Ashburton, and Council seem hell-bent on destroying the rest of it. The hall is currently very well used. How many Council-owned community halls around the country do you think are used at least 6 times a week? I would wager not very many. HPMC have been supporting dance work and campaigning to save this building, and we participated in a passionate demonstration of community support when more than 300 past and present pupils gathered from across the district and beyond on the evening of 21st of March to voice their disapproval for the Council plans to cancel Balmoral Hall. Dance Works have been hiring this community hall for close on 50 years. It's not their fault that the rent is low, and it's not their fault that the building is in such a bad state of disrepair. It is the fault of their inattentive landlord, i.e. the Council. The Council's estimate of $1.3 million to repair the building is, in my opinion, a gross overestimation. How can repair costs have increased by over 250% in just 2 years? The New Zealand Building Code does not require this building to be brought up to current code unless there is a change of use proposed. Almost all of the work that is required to repair the building is simple maintenance, which does not generally require a building consent unless there are structural implications. Even so, if a building consent is required, say, to replace the roof and damaged structure, then a building consent may be required, but that does not necessitate that the rest of the building needs to be brought up to current New Zealand Building Code standard. It appears to me, from analysing the sparse information that has been provided by the Council, that the works included in the $1.3 million repair budget include many elements that are not actually necessary or required works. As you are aware, I have recently been working with the Timaru District Council on a building consent for the upgrade of a similarly sized community hall in South Canterbury, which has been independently costed by a quantity surveyor at just under $300,000. And I would add there's much more extensive amount of work required to that building than is required to Balmoral Hall. This leads me to think that the Council has deliberately misled the public in this LTP consultation by escalating the estimated cost of the building repairs in order to get the public to support its preference to get rid of Balmoral Hall. The freedom to act on the basis of manipulatively inaccurate information is no freedom at all. In our view, this building can be economically repaired for much less than the latest questionable Council estimate of $1.3 million. In order to for us to make an informed submission on this LTP, we submitted a Lagoima request to Ashburton District Council back in January, seeking to obtain all relevant information relating to Balmoral Hall's future. Unfortunately, the information requested has not been supplied by Council, and a formal complaint has been lodged with the Ombudsman's Office. HPMC has no particular objection to Council selling off the remainder of the former Polytech land to the east of Balmoral Hall. But we believe that from a community services perspective and from a heritage perspective, Balmoral Hall should remain and it should be repaired as has previously been promised in the last LTP. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak to you all directly here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Does anybody have any questions for Nigel, please? Lane, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nigel, thank you for this. Just a question, which hall did you do in South Canterbury?
It was the Woodbury Community
Woodbury.
Hall, which is actually slightly larger than.
It's a large, you reckon?
Yeah.
I thought it was smaller. I've been there a couple of times, but okay. Thank you for that.
Neil?
Thanks for your submission, Nigel. You talk about the costings. You've seen the costings?
No, we've seen not the detail of the costings. We've seen costings that have been published on the website for the LTP.
So, what things would you take out of that do you deem not necessary?
Well, I mean, I would have expected the council would have got a whole lot of reports done. Fire engineering report, structural engineering report, a condition survey on the building that would inform what needs maintenance. I would expect other reports as well, drainage reports. I would expect all of those things to then be independently costed up by a QS, a quantity surveyor, whose job it is to independently verify costings. The fact that that hasn't been done, I don't know if it's been done because we haven't been supplied the information. But if that hasn't been done, then I can't see how you can get to a point where you can be confident of those figures. For me, I mean, I've just been through the exercise. We've had it independently costed and I've sent you all the drawings of Woodbury Hall. There's a significant amount of works there. That's an alteration. It needed a new fire alarm, a huge deck around the outside. We had structural implications in terms of putting new rooms, a new bar in there. So there's a lot of work. So, you know, for that, when you compare that, 300,000, 1.3 million, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't equate for me. I haven't seen, as I say, I haven't seen the actual quantity surveyed figures. I haven't seen the reports that say that all of these things are necessary. I don't believe they are. I think what's happened here is that you're actually looking at probably a worst case scenario in terms of your costing. This is not the minimum that you could spend on that building to get it up to scratch. As I say, nothing needs to change. Nobody's asking for that building to change in terms of its use, in terms of its size. It just needs to be maintained.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for Nigel? Anybody? Phil, thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick one, Nigel. Thanks for coming in. If the hall is with the money spent on it, do you see a rent increase going down okay with the current regular tenants?
I can't speak for them, but I would expect if there is upgrades to the building that there would be they would consider that. I think one of the issues at the moment is that they don't feel like they should be paying any extra when the maintenance hasn't been done to the building. I mean, I've got to say thank you very much to the council for opening up the building during the LTP consultation. I think there's a lot of people that haven't been in that building recently, and I hope you've all been in there as the landlords of that property. When I went through, generally the building is actually in pretty good condition. What's wrong with it is that the leaks haven't been repaired. Some of those leaks I think have been there for 15 or 20 years, given the staining that's there. Just haven't been maintained. And that is causing problems, and that will start to deteriorate the building. So those are the things that I think are holding it back. If it was in a better state of repair, if it was in, and it doesn't need to be an all singing and all dancing community hall. It's an old community hall. Nobody's expecting it to come up to really modern technological standards. It's a type that would be hired, and I think it would be hired a lot more if it was well maintained and if it was well looked after. Nobody's going to hire it for a 21st or an event when you walk into the toilets and there's a massive hole in the roof, which is black because of all of the stuff that's been coming down. It's absolutely appalling. I've got to say, as a community asset, the fact that it hasn't been maintained for so long is really, really poor. For me, Danceworks are the victims here. People are saying that it's not being maintained because they're not paying enough rent. Well, you're the landlords. You set the rent. It's not their problem. They are potentially losing their facility for a much smaller one that's being offered in the EA Network Centre. So I feel very sorry for them. They've paid for what little maintenance has actually happened on that building. And as I say, it's one of the most well-used community halls in the country. Just anecdotally, I don't know that for a fact, but there's not many in the country that would be used six times a week.
Thank you very much, Nigel. I think we've had the end of 10 minutes. Is there any additional quick questions for Nigel? No. Thank you, Nigel. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to be deliberating on this submission and other submissions, both verbal and written, next week, and they'll be all live streamed. So, yeah. So thank you for your time. Now, I know... Oh, Philip, are you happy to come in early? Peter's not here yet. Are you happy to present? That would be wonderful if you would. That would keep us rolling. So please come up to the microphone. Thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing your submission. Thank you. Everybody, it's in Book 2, page 568.
So thank you all very much for allowing the opportunity to have a verbal submission like this. After the meeting at the Hines Hall 3 weeks ago, give or take, I certainly it kicked me off into a sort of a reaction that, well, to come in here basically and it's new to me. So, you've all read my submission, I hope. I've just, you know, in our position up at Karoo, we are, and over the last 3 weeks I have been struggling to think how am I going to work through this, either with the council or, you know, on farm. We have got had stock water races forever. We haven't got many alternatives. I have scrambled and had our local contractor, Brent Jones, having a look at the, we are irrigated farmers within the Mayfield Hines catchment. I've had Brent Jones coming to have a look. Are we going to build a on-farm pond of, would probably be 55,000 cubic metres. The beginning of that would be 200,000, and then there would be infrastructure, electricity for pumps, shifting everything. At the moment we direct everything down a raceway from the Mayfield Hines. It's very regular. We've been doing it for 20 years. All the infrastructure's there, but it would top off at, for us, $400,000. So you think, oh well, what's the next option? Right, so it could be a 8-inch well banged down for our stock water, and that would be down to who knows what. We have got a domestic well at 45 metres, and it is reliable most of the time. Every now and again, probably 1 in 6 years, it gets very low, and it certainly dribbles into our domestic tank, but it certainly wouldn't do, as I said in my submission, 8,000 stock units, which we do winter. I've got a problem. So then I start thinking, what else can happen? So obviously the stock water race, we're at the top end, the Ruapuna end of the I think it's now taken all out of the Ashburton, our one that comes through out of the Brothers, angles across the county to Craycroft, and then goes, takes a 90 degree and goes back over to the what's that district over there, the over towards the Hines River anyway, at where the old school was. I've forgotten what it is. Do you know?
Iperton.
Lismore.
Oh, Lismore.
Got it. That's it. So then I think I heard from either Richard or Neil at the Hines Hall that obviously these costs are going to be high to maintain it. So I put in, my submission was stay and invest, but I think the main thing is to try and work solutions out. Our area is different to the area at, say, Winchmore, where there is a pipe scheme. We haven't got a pipe scheme. We've got open race Mayfield Hines, which goes all summer, and it shuts off in the winter, and sometimes, obviously right now, there's RDR maintenance, so there really is no stock water. And so I think to myself, you know, it was a bit of a shock coming to the meeting at Hines. Obviously, it was all new to me, hearing it, and I was concerned about the estimates of the, I think it was 3 million, or was it 4 million for the brothers' intake? Can you guys, can you remember which one it was? Something like that. So I think, oh, hang on, that just doesn't pass the sniff test for me. So I get Bosman Engineering, and I go and have a look at that with them on Monday, and I've just received this email or estimate from them. Absolute estimate, no given. But anyway, there's an email there which arrived at 10 o'clock this morning, and it was just saying that, you know, as discussed, without further consultation with ECAN, ecological studies, and more time on thinking about design works, a better estimate cannot be made here. However, from what we have seen, we can tell you the following. There is the potential for a few different types of fish screens to work for this situation. Now, Bosman Engineering do make fish screens for ECAN-approved fish screens. They're an engineering outfit at Hororata, if you don't know them. Assuming there are not too many standards set by ECAN, we can presume a screen could be built for a couple of $100,000. A lot of ifs, of course, that leave multiple costs in the air, such as channel modifications, fish passageways, debris screens, and channel structures. In a best case scenario, depending on standards and requirements, you could be looking at around $500,000 all up. However, this could be double or halved depending on a further investigation. Sorry we can't give better estimates, however you will soon learn the world of fish screens is full of fish hooks and unknowns. So there are knowns, known unknowns, and unknown knowns on this one. However.
Thank you.
So that's about it from me, really. I mean, I hope we can work through a sensible solution.
Thank you very much for your submission. Philip, does anybody have any questions for Philip, please? Neil? Oh, I can't see it.
Thanks, Philip, for your submission, and remember talking to you in the Hines Hall, and sometimes you've got to be blunt to get the reaction.
Well, you certainly have.
And we got it, which is great. We've had a lot of people engaging with us over the fish screens, which is exactly what we wanted. So I've got a couple of questions for you. Is your farm irrigated at the moment?
We are irrigated, yes.
Off the MHV?
Off MHV.
Yeah. We had MHV come in and submitted to us as well, and they said if we exited the stock water system, they could supply stock water. Would that be okay with you if they supplied stock water and council didn't?
It would be fine. However, I've also talked to Mel Brooks. This thing has really got me on the telephone. And she said, well, from their point of view, and I don't know what she said to you guys, that, you know, the infrastructure wasn't there, the health and safety wasn't there, it hadn't had investment for 10 odd more years, there was issues with delivery, it's in a, you know, I really don't know what she said, but she didn't sound very keen on it.
She told us exactly that for our system. Their system that they've got, she said the races run side by side in a lot of the places. They could deliver with their system stock water for MHV or that area that you're in, not using our system, using their system. That would
be fine, apart from every now and again they do winter maintenance, and the RDR does winter maintenance and the whole thing shut down in the winter.
Exactly as it is now.
Yeah. Look, I'll work with anybody. Good. I've got to have stock water. Putting a pond in is $400,000. Putting a well in is $80,000, and I don't know what I'm going to end up with.
See, your irrigation, you are centre pivoted at the moment.
Centre pivot.
And you have a pond the water goes into now.
It has a slit of a pond. The shape of our farm is particularly bad because we've got a triangle at the top end, which is dry land. Look, I've had a look at this with right back to when Wyvern Jones was on the Mayfield Hines. I don't know whether you know him. He came and had a look at it. I've been banging away at it for 10 years. There's no cheap solution. So at the moment it runs down lateral 1 and comes down our race, and it's fed in with their at a particular litres a second, and feeds into a slip of a pond. Yes, it would be nice to have a great big pond, but we just haven't. We can't fit it in.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks for those.
Yeah, but yes, if they could work through it, and it would be nice just to carry on with the status quo because all my pumps and everything is set up, and I have fenced off over the years all my creeks, drinking bays, beautiful, set up nicely.
The perfect farmer.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Thanks, Philip. Richard, do you have a...
Thanks, Philip. Just it's around. Neil talked about the supply of water, about the reticulation, because obviously you alluded to it then about, when I say reticulation, I mean troughs or using the channels as a drinking bay. Do you think we should be providing reticulation, or how do you? Because that's obvious. If you shut the stock water down and just provide water, you've got to then have something to get it to each paddock.
Oh well, that's another on-farm expense. I hadn't even included that. That's all putting a 60 mil pipe all around the farm, and at the moment I've got 3 races coming down, right through the middle. I mean, I'm happy to probably shut one off in the future to suit neighbours that don't necessarily want it. But the other one coming down the middle of our farm, I haven't got a farm map here, but I would need that. I need that coming straight down and straight into my near my intake, and that goes around a ring main, and then I've also got drinking bays down the side where cattle and sheep.
Another question.
Yep.
It's to do with you talked about, people talk about the biodiversity and the stuff in the creeks.
Yep.
Would you accept that if through the whole district we set up we had a plan so that some creeks were left open for that reason, but some had to shut just because of the rationalisation? So we do have a biodiversity element right through the whole district.
Well, our particular creek has got mussels and freshwater fish in it. I mean, native fish in it, mudfish. So it would be nice to have it going for that particular reason, but I've got to be careful in what I wish for, don't I? I mean, there's a cost to all this, and is it of value? Well, you shut that creek down, all that stuff dies. So, and then I've got an issue with other water, finding other sources. So,
Okay. Any more questions for Philip? Thank you very much for your presentation. We will take it under consideration next week, and we'll be live streaming, so you can tune in.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Bye.
We're running ahead of time, and we have 3 more submitters to go for this afternoon session. We might just suspend proceedings, if that's okay, Hamish, for another 10 minutes. A cup of tea. Well, we could have a quick cup of tea if we need one, given we only had lunch half an hour ago.
Good call. Good call, Madam Chair.
have two more submitters before the end of our final session this week, listening to submissions on the long-term plan. And I'd like to invite Sue McPhee to begin her submission. Please, Sue, talk for about 5 minutes-ish, and then we'll have some time afterwards for questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. I'm a bit concerned about the high levels of nitrate in drinking water. Now, Greenpeace have been doing surveys around the countryside for, the last 2 or 3 years, and while 80% of New Zealanders have access to drinking water that's under the 1 milligram of nitrate per litre of water, recent testing confirmed that nitrate contamination in Gore, Lumsden and Ashburton areas from household bore supplies and even town supplies are often in excess of that limit. Nitrate in drinking water causes high risks of bowel cancer, premature birth of babies, and other potential health risks. Now, personally, I think I should be able to turn on the tap at home, pour a glass of water, make a cup of coffee, instead of having to take my soft drink bottles into Ashburton, on the assumption that the drinking water here is safer than where I live in Phaeton. That's just an assumption. Just wondering if anyone knows what the drinking water levels are, for nitrate in Ashburton. But questions later, I suppose.
Yes, we'll answer questions next week during deliberation. Yeah. Okay.
So as I say, I take my soft drink bottles into town and fill them up at friends' places. Now, when I took my water sample in, instead of being less than the 1, mine was 7.13. Now, as a result of that, I've got a high risk of developing bowel cancer. And I was raised in a foster home down south, and when I was about mid-30s, I managed to track down my birth mother, and that was really cool. Anyway, as things transpired, she complained one day about, she said she was bleeding from her bum. I thought, that doesn't sound very good, so I told her to do something about it. Anyway, eventually she did, and by the time she did that, it was too late. She had full-blown bowel cancer, and she heard it was a bit of a shitty way to die, so she hung herself. So, obviously, the history of bowel cancer runs in my family, and I would not like for anyone else to go through that experience.
Thank you very much. Is that the end of your submission? Or do you have anything else you'd like to comment on at all?
Pretty much covered most of it, yes, apart from the fact of, you go out and you buy your water bottles, and it says 17 grams of carbs, 17 grams of sugar, 114 of sodium. What about just plain old water, straight out your tap, no additives? That should be every New Zealander's right.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in. Do we have any questions for Sue, please, from the councillors? Mayor Neil.
Yep, thanks, Sue, for your submission. You said the nitrates you got tested was 7.13. Where did you get that water from, or where do you live?
I live in 10A Weymouth Street, Phaeton.
So you're on the Phaeton supply?
Yep. And there's also very high levels out at Hines as well. It's another area that's been identified. And the highest levels at the time when I got mine done were 13.2 from the Phaeton Township as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Sue? No? Thank you very much, Sue. We appreciate your time, and we'll be deliberating, as I said, next week, and that will be all live streamed, so your submission will be discussed and taken into consideration then. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Fleur, can I invite you up, please? You're the lucky last for the week. And we look forward to hearing your submission, please.
Thank you. To go now?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Tēnā koutou, Chair Cameron, Mayor, Councillors and staff. As President of the Ashburton Art Gallery Incorporated Committee, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you on our submission to the long-term plan. Arts and culture play a vital role in enabling thriving communities, creating a sense of place, belonging and civic pride. Art supports a stronger sense of connection to place for both the residents and visitors alike. It helps Ashburton to be a vibrant town, one our community wants to live, work and play in. It also makes our town an attractive place for tourists to stop and enjoy what we have to offer. I would like to congratulate the Council on this wonderful building we find ourselves in, Te Whare Whakatare, and that its design incorporates a diverse range of art. It includes the carvings we see above us from Ngāi Tahu master carver Fane Robinson, and also the graphics, which is really appreciated. You had new commissions from local sculptural artist Hannah Kidd and the wonderful David Elliott, and some lovely local art from St Joseph's Catholic School and the I Spy local landscapes. The committee also appreciate that you've got special areas to showcase ceramics from the Civic collection and also paintings hung throughout the spaces. It's a real joy to see this publicly owned taonga on show. It is important that our community has access to art, especially to work we collectively own. As part of this, the committee support the review of the upstairs space in the art gallery, which will turn the current reception area into further gallery space. We hope this will result in publicly held collections, such as the Civic collection and the collection we hold in trust for the community, to be exhibited more. The committee continues to support the gallery team incorporating art of our collection into shows, as feedback from our friends, donors and the community at large is that they enjoy seeing these artworks on display. However, with this change to the gallery space, we understand there will not be full-time presence of staff upstairs in the public galleries. As a result, we seek for Council to put in place controls to ensure the safety of works, which may be on loan from other institutions or artists themselves. This might not only be for malicious intent. With the move towards more interactive displays in galleries and museums, sometimes it isn't clear to visitors what can and cannot be touched. With this proposed change, our committee wants to understand how will the Council ensure the safety of the taonga and its care. We also want to ensure visitors can easily access further information on the exhibition if they have questions or queries. Many of our committee are, or have been, volunteers on the front desk in the gallery and are acutely aware of the level of engagement of visitors who want to know more about the art, artists, or the gallery more generally. Our committee is keen to understand how will the Council ensure there is a team member there to assist such queries. The committee supports the updating of the museum's permanent displays, as we believe this will help our community learn more about our district and increase visitor numbers to the building. We would like this to be brought forward in the timeline, given it's almost 10 years since the existing displays were installed. We appreciate this is a big project, and we'd like to encourage the Council to invest further resource to bring the timeline forward, say to the next 3 years. Finally, Council and our community are so fortunate to have a wonderful gallery and museum team, and I'd like to recognise their mahi and the teams at Council that support them. Ngā mihi nui. So to quote your website, the Ashburton Art Gallery is an exciting and innovative regional public art gallery and a source of pride to the local community. So on behalf of the Ashburton Art Gallery Committee, thank you for continuing to support the arts, and we are very proud of the gallery.
Thank you very much, Fleur. Great submission. We appreciate that. I'd just like to ask a few questions first, if I may. Do you have any suggestions on how we could protect the taonga upstairs if staff are downstairs? Have you put any thought into that?
Yes, we have discussed this around our committee table. I think it's something that if people feel they're being, for want of a better word, watched, then they might moderate their behaviour. And so we had ideas, and we're not saying these are the best ideas in the world, but maybe to ensure that people are aware that there's already existing cameras in the
Yes.
gallery spaces, but people might not be aware they're there and that they're being viewed. So we've seen in other institutions where they might have signage to highlight that to people, or alternatively that they can see the screen that shows all the different views of the galleries, and that triggers in their mind that that happens.
Sure.
Of course, there are like physical barriers as well, whether that's ropes up or things put into perspex cases. But I think one of the joys with our art gallery is that often there is no barriers between the people and the art, and I think that's something that is so wonderful. But how do we find ways to manage that?
We have had, I'll just have to take one more question. We have had over the week a few people suggesting that there's a little bit of a gap in our strategies with regards to a lack of art, heritage and culture strategy. Do you and your colleagues at the Art Gallery have a view on whether that would be a useful addition to the council to have a strategy on art, heritage and culture?
I think with any strategy or framework, sometimes the end document is one thing, but it's the process to get there that's really important. And so if that was the desire of the council to create a new policy or a new strategy, we would definitely welcome to be part of that process, as would I'm sure lots of the other contributors, people with arts and culture interests.
Thank you, Fleur. Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Hi, Fleur. Nice
Hi,
to
Liz.
see you. Just thinking about protecting the spaces upstairs, is it possible to have a volunteer at a desk upstairs while for a few hours each day or something like that? Just because I think sometimes when you do go up there, you want a hello, you want someone to say, go in there, go have a look round that way, and maybe sort of give a bit of direction or hand out one of the booklets. And I know they could do that downstairs, but I'm just wondering if your committee had thought about if you could do that.
So currently, obviously it's a council operation, but currently volunteers are used on that front desk. There was some discussion from what would that look like to volunteer in a space where there's not a desk to sit at, and so would people be required to be on their feet the whole time? And so those sorts of considerations were talked about. Look, I think that would be for the council to decide, and is there enough volunteers currently to be able to do that? Because currently that front of house, the majority of time is through funded staff members as opposed to a volunteer base. The volunteer base just supplement that. So I guess the challenge will be, how do you find enough volunteers to provide that function?
Thank you. Richard, you'd like to?
Good afternoon. It's to do with the refresh of the permanent museum display. You've asked here to have it brought forward. Should there be a contribution to this from the wider community, sponsorship, funding, that sort of thing, to match or to help that be done? Or, what's your view on that? Because at the moment it's just all rates.
Yes, well I think, and look, my understanding is that some of the current displays did receive funding from the Lottery Commission, I think, for the irrigation one perhaps. So I think there would be the ability for council or alternatively interested parties to seek funding from elsewhere. So whether that's through grants or, as you said, you might be a business who is interested.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for Fleur? We appreciate your time, Fleur. Thank you for coming down, and your colleagues from that gallery. Appreciate that. We're going to begin deliberations next Monday, and they'll be live streamed. So we will discuss your submissions and all the other submitters we've heard over the week next week when we begin the deliberations. So thank you, everybody, and thank you people online for listening this afternoon. And we'll see you all next week, we hope. Thank you. Okay, and I think